This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
February 24th, 2022 commission meeting. At this time, the meeting is called to order. We'll have our pledge of allegiance. If I can get former Warden Robinson to come forward, lead us in the pledge and the invocation. Will everyone please stand at this time?
Of the United States of America, into the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Everything that you do for us. Right now, we ask that you look on this meeting and we ask that bless all the people that are in attendance, all of the ones that wanted to be here, that couldn't be here. And God, we ask that you, this is love in your son Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Tammy McCaskill. Here. Will Jones.
Present.
Justin Campbell.
Present.
Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
All present and accounted for, sir.
We have a quorum. Thank you very much. Next up is a very sad moment for us at this time. Putnam County lost a hero, phenomenal athlete, but more than that, a great leader in our community who committed his life to working with young people. Clarence Pooh Bear Williams. The worst thing that Pooh Bear ever did was sign with Florida State instead of Florida. But we lost him well too young, 47 years old. He was a friend, he was a leader, he was a coach, he was a dad to kids that didn't have fathers, and he was an icon right here in this community. He was a gentle giant that many people will love and miss, and we want to make sure that right now we're going to ask everyone to stand and give a moment of silence for Clarence Pooh Bear Williams. Thank you. And in his memory, something that we often heard on Saturdays in Tallahassee was a crowd of people saying poo at the same time. It sounded like boo, but it was cheers for poo. So if you all can join me on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, poo. 1, 2, 3, poo. And so thank you again. We'll always continue to cherish the memories of Pooh Bear Williams, and we'll make sure that his memories never die. His funeral services will be this Saturday at 2 p.m. at the football field in Crescent City. And there will be a memorial service tomorrow for him as well. Next up is approval of minutes, February 10th, 2022. Also, before we move on, I want to have a moment of silence for Commissioner McCaskill's father as well. If we can at this time, have a moment of silence for Mr. George Green. Will you all stand for me one more time? Thank you. So Commissioner, the city sends our love to you. You know how we feel, and we're going to be here for you throughout this difficult time. And we just want the city as a whole to continually keep these families in prayer as they go through this difficult hour. Next up is our February 10th, 2022 approval of minutes. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from that meeting?
Motion to approve minutes.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now moving to our public recognition and presentations at this time. First up is Student of the Month for February 2022. Due to COVID, we went back virtual for Student of the Month. If we have any students who are present in the audience, they can come forward and receive their certificates. And so for our student of the month. We will go ahead and start our presentations at this time. And to join me this month for student of the month, it's going to be Commissioner Campbell. You are joining us for student of the month. Do you have any words for the kids at this time?
Congratulations on this accomplishment and continue to aim high.
We will now start our student of the month presentation. I will butcher at least 3 names throughout the course of this time. If I do, it's not intentional. Browning Pierce Elementary School. Avea Membrino. The Children's Reading Center Charter School, Alyssa Krumpenbacher from Miss Keen's 4th grade class. Something easy from Hillcrest Academy, Curtis Wright. James A. Long Elementary School, Granger Hammonds. Kelly Smith Elementary, Jeremiah Session. From Mellon Learning Center, Pre-K, Araya Seymour. From Mellon Learning Center, K through 12, Teddy Hale. From William D. Mosley Elementary, Jessica Lindsay. From Palatka Junior Senior High School, Judy Chin. From Penn Isle Baptist Academy, Weston Lassiter. And from Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, John Carpenter. Putnam Edge High School, Antoine Graham. That concludes our student of the month. We want to make sure we also thank our very special guests who are our educators. They're the folks who are assembled around Zoom land, who oftentimes don't get enough thanks. And we want to make sure we give a round of applause for our educators for sacrificing and working with our youth. Also assembled in Zoom land are extended family and friends who work with these young people on a regular basis. It truly takes a village to raise a child. And we want to make sure that we recognize all the family and friends who have invested into our youth. So again, let's give them a round of applause. And finally, to our honorees, I'll leave you with the same thing I've left for the last 41 years. We started every day out in the 3rd grade with Miss Green. I got a chance to visit her recently, and she started every day out with the saying that says, I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. You guys are somebody great. You're special to us. We look forward to you being the leaders of our community, and we are extremely proud of the work that you're doing at this time. And so again, we want to thank you for your award for Student of the Month and for the great things that you're doing and you will do in the future for this community. So let's give our honorees a tenor. Next up is our after action report from the Bassmaster Elite Series kickoff. Ms. Dana Jones, CEO and President of the Chamber, would you come forward at this time? And too bad I didn't win first prize.
And the city of Palatka to help students coordinate the event, and their partnership critical to this success. Early conversations, special meetings, other meetings with Mr. homes, every request we make, we get a, yes, we can make that happen, yes, we can do that.
And now I'm on mic, right? So even during the event, I made requests at the 11th hour of Mayor Hill, and I was answered the same way. Yes, we can make that work. This can-do attitude was the theme for the event, all 4 days and the 3 setup days and takedown. That being said, what's really on my mind tonight is to give thanks and appreciation to the many City of Palatka employees that provided such excellent service to any and all connected with this event. I received feedback from vendors, from bass officials, from pro anglers, from their families, and all of them say the same thing. Wow, we love coming to this city. Wow, we don't ever get this kind of treatment. So many of them come up and ask me, you know, if I just saw that employee that came and helped them unload their truck in the middle of the road because they were a late arriving vendor. Your employees all have gone above and beyond excellent customer service. And this event couldn't happen without each and every one of them from every department, sanitation, public works, administration, and everything in between. Sorry. At least twice a day, I had an employee of the city of Palatka come and grab things, heavy boxes or ice or whatever we were toting, and say, where does this need to go, ma'am? Throughout the event, I saw them replace cones when people would move them to enter the venue. Not part of their job, but they recognized a job and went and accomplished it on behalf of the event and to make Palatka look great. No detail escaped the watchful eyes of your employees. City staff had restrooms open, clean, and stocked each day. The American flag was positioned for the national anthem. Traffic cones, barricades were in place on the right days. And as y'all know, we start doing that Sunday, 4 or 5 days before we actually start. It's a lot of moving parts. This can-do attitude also was exhibited by your fire chief. I might not get his name right. I think it's Chris Taylor, who inspects the tents and fire hydrants. He was so extremely nice and professional when he had to tell us and bass officials that some of the fire extinguishers were not going to work. He explained exactly what we needed to do, made a return visit, and within 20 minutes, everything was perfect. Such a great attitude by so many individuals. I would never leave out the Palatka Police Department. My son, Toby, I call him that because I have another son, Toby Williams. He led an outstanding crew who kept everyone safe and smiled and greeted everyone starting at 4 or 4:30 in the morning and continued throughout the long days with that same attitude. Overnight security ran smoothly. Communication was excellent. Toby contacted me numerous times, mostly in person since he was working the detail a lot, and kept me informed of anything he thought I needed to know and which officer was coming in and what time for overnight security. Bass officials said that our city employees are remarkable, and they certainly make their end run smoothly. Their proactive approach demonstrated by your employees is a big part of why they call us, and when I say they, Bassmaster officials, call us a premier destination for their Elite Series events. I did get a complaint, no event goes without at least one. So it came from, I'm going to butcher his name too, but I do it every time I say it. Gene Gilliland. He is the Bassmaster Conservation Director. And one of his jobs is to run the trash challenge every Saturday of every elite tournament in the 8 they do throughout the country. So he came to me early Thursday and he detected a problem in that our riverfront and venue was way too clean. He came back on Friday and he said, we got to do something. The venue is too clean. Don't let them pick up tonight. If we have to, we're going to throw trash out tomorrow, but I've got kids and pro anglers and sponsors coming to do trash pickup, and we can't be empty-handed. So I talked to your sanitation department and told them, please don't pick up the trash.
That's
And
a rare
so
request.
it still ended up being too clean. They did get some bags, but they did have to venture 3 or 4 blocks in, and some even had to go to other boat ramps, but they did successfully. He later told me they don't usually have that problem in other venues. So great job, Palatka. I could stay here all night and brag about your wonderful staff. They certainly deserve accolades for a job well done. They're great ambassadors, even above that. They're so friendly to people and so over the top service oriented. I wish they were all here because during the event, I probably did nothing but point and fly, but I'll get a chance. You know, the payoff for all of us is that happy visitors spend money and we enjoy that $2 million economic impact. And with Bassmaster happy with the event, maybe a return visit, maybe next year. I don't know, we'll see. And speaking of impacts, as you know, the event aired on Fox Sports Thursday, Saturday and Sunday live on the event. And I just received the numbers this week. They had 1.12 million viewers for the show, watching our beautiful, beautiful city and the river. They had 548,000 streams on the Elite live stream. And they had 769,000 unique traffic to the website. And what's really important about that number is those page views are averaging over 13 minutes. So they're staying and watching parts of the show. Again, this event was super successful. It's not possible without our partnership and certainly not without your employees. And I just wanted to come before you tonight and tell you how wonderful they are and how much I appreciated each and every one of them and you.
Definitely, let's give a round of applause. Ms. Jones, before you leave, we want to make sure we also give kudos to the chamber for an awesome job, to TDC, Julie and the gang for the work that they do continuously. How many years in a row now? Exactly. Very few cities are in a position where they continually host Bassmaster Elite events. And so we have become known for the kickoff event, and it never disappoints. The crowd continually remains above 300 every time we look around for weigh-ins. But it was interesting. I got a chance to talk to a guy who calls himself the mayor of Bassmaster, along with Eric. And it's always good when people notice, they notice the changes in the community, and they were just excited about what was going on. And they raved about how Palatka is the one city that they all look forward to coming to because of the people. And that's something special. And so I was really excited. We got calls from, as the event was streaming live, from Las Vegas, from Atlanta. We have calls from DC. There are calls from all over the state, people saying, look, I'm watching Palatka and the St. Johns River live on TV right now. This is awesome for the city. And that wouldn't be possible without the relationships, without the hard work that goes on behind the scenes from the chamber to help put this event on, and for the great staff that we have. And so I am just extremely excited about it. We continually talk to Bass about having a presence in the Bass capital of the world. And we are getting positive results as that conversation kicks off. And we're hoping that one day it ends up being a true presence in the Bass capital every day of the year, so that they have some headquarters or some form of Bass here on a regular basis. And that's what we're really working towards. So again, thank you very much for all your work and for a job well done, another great event. Anything from the commission?
I know I echo the same sentiments. I mean, you can't, given the gravity of that event and the success that came from that event, it just goes to show what the chamber and the city relationship and the culture that's been set with our city employees and the above and beyond that they do. We just can't say enough. So I'm truly humble and I'm speechless.
All right, so again, thank you very much and job well done. We always look for events that can bring us revenues in excess of $2 million to the community as a whole. I think we're ready for our employee of the month. Are we ready at this time? Let's go. Let's move forward with employed. We've got our employee of the month award for this month. Ms. Jones,
Okay.
that picture down.
Okay. I'm Virginia Jones, the HR director here at the city of Palatka, and I am honored just to speak on a new program that the city has launched for our employees. It's for our employee of the month, and we named it In the Spotlight. And what we did was we just began to send out notifications beginning this month, to encourage people to nominate individuals that have exceeded and stand out in their department. It didn't have to be in their department or any employee that they see, so we could begin to recognize our employees. This month, we received 8 nominations. We did use, and we've reached out to several businesses in the community that will be sponsors each month to provide some type of award for the individuals that win. This month, our winner was chosen, and we do use an outside consultant to pull these names so that it's not, it's fair. So with that being said, this month, the city of Palatka would like to recognize Officer Tommy Robinson.
Chief?
Okay. I asked Miss Virginia if I could. I did send in the nomination, but I asked if I could say a couple words. Because with Mr. Robinson, it's not every day you get an individual who leaves one career, retires, and returns to another, just as energized as any of our younger rookies on the road. He also greets everyone that he faces in the community. We hear back constantly, not necessarily on Mr. Robinson and what he's done, but how he's greeted them with that big old smile and how he talks and provides his, in essence, commentary when he's on the scene to make everyone feel better. Mr. Robinson his name not only rings out in the community, but in the department on everything that he's able to share. And our smile for at least a year, he's past that time now, before at least a year, we had the opportunity to enjoy the fact that he was, like on television, our 40-year-old rookie. But again, Mr. Robinson worked 6 days a week whenever needed. He's there. He volunteers. It's just so much in him, I can say, something that we need. He's a positive representation of the city of Palatka. And it's just joyful to be able to stand here and say thank you and to appreciate such a hardworking individual, and such a pleasure.
Something you want to say? Any words, sir?
We thought it only fair as the city of Palatka, since we launched this program and we've reached out to several sponsors, but the city of Palatka Human Resource Department wanted to be the first to be the award and sponsor for this position.
So why do I smile all the time? First and foremost, I love God. I love this city. I love the people in the city. And I love my job. I mean, why not? I mean, so it's easy to get up and come to work every day when you love what you're doing. So that's the reason why.
Little known Black history fact, tell them what you did in your previous life.
22 years in the Department of Corrections. There was a lot of years where, well, I wasn't smiling. But as I got close to the end, the smiles came. So retiring from that and then having an opportunity to come work for the police department and just to give people a different outlook. Whenever a police car pulls up behind you and you see the lights, in today's society, majority of the time, you automatically get a bad feeling. Well, I want to try to change that. One traffic stop at a time. So that's my goal.
So when you retired from that, what position were you in?
I retired as a warden at the prison in East Palatka. I was over there for a little over a year. Met a lot of great people. I worked in corrections for so long. When I got married, practically everybody in my wedding was an employee of the Department of Corrections. Practically everybody. I mean, everybody. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Officer Friendly. Next up, Mr. Manager, you've got some special folks who are retiring.
So we do, Mayor and Commission, we have two of our long-time employees of the city of Palatka who are retiring end of this month, actually one Tuesday, and I guess one will be next week as well. So we have with us John Ewell back here, and then Sean Ladd. I'll start with Sean first, since he's closest to the front. Sean's been with the city for a total of 27 years. During that time, he's worked in multiple departments. He's been in, and if I miss one, Sean, I'm sure you'll correct me and help me out, but he's been in cemeteries, parks, streets, public works, and retiring as operations director, airport. So you can tell John couldn't find a job he could stay at for with the city there. I mean, that Sean couldn't, he bounced around, that's a joke. But he worked in all of our different departments and retired as operations manager at Public Works, or he's retiring as the operations manager at Public Works. I guess that the thing that everyone probably on the commission knows, and those who are employees in the city know, is that Sean was that person who led from the front. I don't think there's anybody who would say that if there was a need to get in a hole or grab a hold of a pipe or get on a backhoe or any other piece of equipment the city had, Sean was always willing to do it at any time, as late as Friday. He was, well, no, as late as, I guess it was yesterday, or the day before, wasn't it? So while he was the operations manager, he also wasn't at all above jumping on a piece of equipment or doing whatever job needed to do. So we're going to miss him, but we're going to wish him well in his next endeavor. So Sean, if I could, I'd like to give you this plaque, and we're going to celebrate your retirement and look forward to you doing great things in the future.
Hey, Sean, if you can, introduce your families to us. Got a few people in here with you. You got to introduce them to us as well.
This is bittersweet. I started in 1990, right out of high school, at the cemeteries, working out of the Public Works facility. I'm leaving in charge of the Public Works facility. My father-in-law's here. He hired me in the city of Palatka. Larry Hartman was the superintendent over cemeteries for 26 years. My son's here, Shiloh, my daughter-in-law, Megan, my grandson, Renzen, my wife, Kayleen, my daughter Chatney, my son-in-law Nick, and my brand new grandson Nicholas. I feel like I'm leaving the city. I'm not leaving the city. I'm moving on from the city. I'm still in the community. It's been a privilege to work here for over 25 years. I will always be another asset to the city regardless of where I am. I thank you all for every opportunity the city has given to me and my family. Thank you.
So Sean, on behalf of the city of Palatka, man, we appreciate your sacrifice. We appreciate your wife for lending you to us all those nights that the phone rings. And so, you know, he'll jump down in the hole and he'll disappear because you can't see him because he's not that tall. But yeah, I understand. I do too. But I think that the one thing that I always remember about you is more than anything else, there are people who will stand on the sidelines and tell people what to do. And there are others that will jump in the hole and show them what to do. And you're one of those people. And so at the end of the day, I watched you take time with young folks who are new on the job and show them care and teach them how to do it and how to be productive. And I watched you take initiative. And so the reason you ascended to where you are is because of the initiative that you took. And so continue to take that initiative with you everywhere you go, and you'll continue to be successful. And so we wish you the best on your new endeavors. And we are glad to have had you be a part of the Palatka team.
And if the street runs both ways, if there's ever anything we can do for you, Sean, I know you've offered that to us, and in return, same here. We'll do anything we can to help you or in your future as well. So anything else, Mr. Mayor?
Any other comments?
I have one real quick. Sean, Mr. Ladd has been very instrumental in teaching me what I needed to know when it came down to the streets. There was never a time where I called him that I didn't get a call back from him directly with a resolve to whatever issue or whatever concern that I had. And that meant the world to me. In our last conversation, our last sit down, where we were in there for over 2 hours, gave me a newfound respect, not only for you as a person, but as a leader and the vision that you had for that department, and the vision that you have overall for the city. And this is definitely a loss, but you are leaving the city better than what it was when you came in. So thank you so much for all that you have done, all the sacrifices that you have made. Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank you for the 27 years you have sacrificed. Your dedication, your commitment certainly showed the people that work for you. It also shows to them that you're not just a leader, but you also you'll roll your sleeves up and you'll get down. You know, you'll do the same job as someone who's first new to the job or what have you. So your dedication and your commitment to this city, it certainly exemplifies the culture of our city and what we stand for. And we want to thank your family for just affording us the opportunity to be able to have you serve our city and our citizens, our 10,500 people that you have done such an excellent job for over the past few years. So again, I want to thank you for ascending from where you were to where you are now. And you certainly are leaving this city in a much better place than you started.
I did all that, Sean. I don't want to take up more time. You already know. I've said it to you personally many times. And farewell and good luck.
Thank you, Sean. You know, I can say a lot. I think words just aren't enough. You're all around good guy. And just thank you for your hard work and dedication.
Mayor and Commissioner, it's kind of also fitting that Ms. Jones came from the chamber today to talk about all the great work the Public Works Department did during the Bassmaster Elite Tournament. It's kind of a good tone for you to leave on, Sean, hearing all those words of praise, which I know in your job, words of praise come a lot less often than the words than the complaints and concerns.
So As you transition, Sean, again, thank you for all your work. As we transition, on that same weekend, there was another event that took place across town. And so I'll transition you over to the next event.
Listen to that segue. You hear that? Yeah. So yeah, that was smooth. So the other event on the other end of town was the fly-in. And so that brings us to John Ewell, who has been the airport manager working for Palatka for 14 years. And during that time, I think that anyone who has had contact at the airport has either been there as a pilot, as a guest, meeting someone at the airport who's flown in, or just going out to see what's there and who's there, was greeted by John with the same attitude, which was a smile, friendly. John is one person I can say I have never, ever heard someone complain about as being rude or unfriendly or not greeting a guest that came into the airport in a appropriate fashion. And as you know, our airport is one of our windows into the town. People fly in that don't come here in any other capacity or fashion. And sometimes the only contact they have is John. And that has extended even more recently to an owner of a certain sports store and empire that has flown in. And I haven't met him yet, but John's on a first name basis, I think, from what I hear. So, which doesn't surprise me. So John, if you could come up, we also have a plaque for you. John's leaving us after 14 years. And John, we want to express our thanks again for everything that you've done. It's going to be hard to replace. We hope you'll still be around to drop in every now and then and just take a look and see, put your signature on things that are around and talk about the old times. Absolutely. Y'all have anything?
Oh, well, I don't know, Mary.
You want to say it? I gotta go first.
Go ahead, John.
When I was first offered this job back in 2008, I asked for a day to think about it, and I immediately ran upstairs to talk to the airport manager at the airport where I was working in Auburn, Alabama. His name was Dr. Joe Hutto, and he gave me some good advice. He said, "John, is the city behind the airport? Does it support the airport?" He said, "Because if it doesn't, you throw rocks at that job and run." He said, "I know from personal experience." So I called the city manager back the next day and I asked, is the city behind the airport? And he said they wholeheartedly are. So I can't say enough about the support that we've gotten from the city. When I think about all of the airport improvement projects that have come across your plate and the support you've given throughout the years, I just can't say enough. Another thing, growing up in Palatka, you didn't see the airport in the newspaper enough. And based on this past couple of weeks, we overcorrected. It's been the news a lot lately, but it always kind of bothered me that we didn't. It wasn't a place, for kids and family. So I'm very proud of the work that we've done to come up with this once a year thing, granted, but an opportunity for families to come out and kids to come out and look up and see that there is a world in aviation. And Florida is a terrific aviation state. So I hope that initiative keeps going. And I would be ready to take all the credit for everything that's happened out of the airport. It's been a team effort. It's been a joy to work with the advisory board and our consulting firm, Pastoral Associates. It's done a good job guiding and recommending things, and working with you and the city manager that I had the pleasure of working with. So I just thank you very much for your support. And again, I would not have taken this job had the city not been behind the airport. So, please, you're being left in good hands, and I wish you nothing but the best. And I see nothing but blue skies as this airport continues to grow. With the growth that's coming down from Jacksonville and St. Augustine, I think it's going to become even more important. So thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
So every time we hear John Ewell talk, we always feel like we're getting ready to land. It doesn't matter if we're at staff meetings or not. It's just like, skies are clear, it's time to go to take off. Like, so we get it all the time from John. But more than anything else, man, we appreciate your energy. We appreciate your love for the city of Palatka and for the airport. And we appreciate your commitment, especially to loaner cars. And so we thank you for all your work at the airport. You're leaving a legacy with the fly-in and how it's transcended. The airport is in the middle of a great transformation, and that wouldn't have been possible without your leadership. So we appreciate you. And we definitely wish you the best in your retirement. And so again, thank you for flying with Palatka. So we definitely appreciate it. Any other comments?
Yeah, I too share the same sentiment as the mayor. Again, the passion that you have for your job, I mean, and your energy, I mean, that just exudes what you've done over the past at least 8 years since I've been here. And flying, I think it's been like 5 years or so. Each year has grown year over year over year, and it's gotten so huge now that, you know, you had to turn it over to another agency to help run it. So again, I'm just happy to be part of that success, and you're leaving it way better than you found it. And so turning it over to the next individual, we hope they got some big shoes to fill. So we want to make sure that this thing continue to be a success. So again, I want to thank you for your time that you have sacrificed to be here to help make this a major success.
Just real quickly, I want to say thank you as well. And I think you stated it best in your statement, where growing up in Palatka, you really didn't hear much about the airport. Only thing that I could tell you growing up is when you looked in the sky at night, you saw the light that went round in the circle. But to see now that we are making headlines in the newspaper, it speaks to your vision for the city and for the airport. So thank you for that.
Of course, John, I have to say thank you for your service. Thank you for your hospitality as we arrive out to the airport. I didn't get a rental car. You didn't give me a loaner car, but you did the next best thing. You let me hold a golf cart. I appreciate that. But all jokes aside, appreciate everything you have done, and congratulations to you, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you to Mr. Ewell for always taking the time out to ask about me personally and share your stories, your wife's stories as an educator. Really gonna miss you, miss my rides on the golf cart out at the airport, and just enjoy retirement. Thank you.
Give it up for John Ewell one last time. Since we're on retirees, I have a special person that I want to come forward and give us a moment in Black history. And we got a young man who's here. He's got his Mexico cap on for us today. But Mr. Vickers, you are the person that we've chosen to highlight for Black History Month. We just want you to just give a little bit about your years as an entrepreneur and a businessman here in Palatka, because I think that this community needs to know exactly who you are. You've been someone who's been very active with coming to commission meetings and been a voice for business owners as well as citizens. And so we want you to come forward and just give us a little lesson on Ask You Vickers and Vic Supper Club. And well, we are glad you're here. You move slower in public than you do the other time. Is the mic on?
No warning.
Oh, it's the best way.
Okay, everybody know who I am, so I don't have to introduce
No, they
myself.
don't.
Master Q Vickers, 207 North 18th Street. In 4 months will be 50 years of serving the community and surrounding counties and other states too, because I've had people come as far I know of from Georgia coming to the club. And I've enjoyed every bit of it.
My time is getting short. It's time to go. I don't know who's gonna take it, but it's not my problem anymore. I've given up my life and lifestyle for this, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. If I could do another 50 years, I wouldn't. But there are other people who was as successful that nobody talks about. And history goes back to 11th Street. Mr. Hall, the cleaners. Mr. Ellis, the bar across the street. Mr. High Pocket across the street. Mr. Fats had the pool hall. What's his name? Had the Oxendine had the garage, the cab company. Oh. Dr. Long, the dentist, and Dr. Long, the doctor, and some of the people I met in school. It was very inspirational to me. Miss Rags there did play, and Miss Higgins came here as an English teacher. Then I realized that we started to learn from her. And her husband, Dr. Higgins, was a dentist also. And Huntley brother is not a black boy, but he provided a service that nobody else would have given us, and didn't know who built the place until a few years ago, Mr. Page.
Mr. Huey Page?
His daddy.
Wow.
I spoke to Mr. Huntley, and we were talking. I was walking in the Ravine Garden, and he brought that up to me that Mr. Page built that place for him. I never would have thought Mr. Page would come by. You see him walking down the street, always had a newspaper under his arms. His son was Huey Page, the mailman.
City commissioner.
Hmm?
And city commissioner, right?
I didn't know that. But anyway, I've had a good time and I've enjoyed it. There's been some stumbling blocks along the way, but if you don't stumble, you don't never know what it's like to fall. Problem is that if you fall, can you get up? And there was a song came out years ago called Harry Hippie. And Harry had a friend on the ground. And he said, I can't help you laying on the ground because there's no place for you on the ground, but in the ground. For me to help you, you got to get up. If you get up off the ground, you got a chance to do something, contribute something to the. We always look at what we can get for ourselves, but not looking at what we can do for others. Self-centered people don't get far. It's when you allow yourself to grow and help other people, and regardless of what their capacity in life is and what they have to offer. I always ask people, who's your best friend? And we're gonna start off, who is your best friend? Who's your best friend? Who's your best friend? My best friend is me. Because I know things I won't tell nobody. A secret is when one person knows it. If you tell somebody, it's no longer a secret. That's why when I got it, and I had a lady friend, and people talk to me about things, she wouldn't know what they were talking to me about. I said, it's personal because they confided in me because they knew I wouldn't talk about it. Loose lips.
Sink shoes.
Thanks.
Let's give it up for Mr. Vickers. It's always good. You can hear the wisdom in his voice. Not only was he a nightclub owner, you started your business in 1972. I was born in 1972. And it is amazing. It is a major feat for this young man to be here, who was a member, you were inducted into the Nightclub Owners Hall of Fame So he is a Hall of Famer in his chosen profession. But not did he just do that, but at Vic Supper Club, civic organizations had their annual events there, their galas, their fundraisers. We had beauty pageants for children. There were talent shows for little kids within the community. Families went to Vic Supper Club because it was the center of activity for family life for many people within the African-American community and the community as a whole. Vic's in many cases was one of the first nightclubs that had blacks and whites party together. When Palatka was segregated, people came together, but people confided in Vic for more than one reason, not just because they went there to party, but you got a chance to see a man who had invested in the community, who was full of wisdom, and who loved the community as a whole. So Vic, you're not just here to share your story, but you're here for us to let you know that you're truly a hometown hero. And the Palatka Pride Hometown Hero Award is presented to Askew Vickers in grateful recognition of your devotion to the advancement and the success of the city of Palatka and Putnam County through community advocacy and entrepreneurism. Palatka City Commission and staff, February 24th, 2022. You are truly a hometown hero.
Vision was there and it was complete. The place was built in 1976. When I started building the place, I was 35 years old. I was a small business administration, about $300,000 from them to help build the place.
Take a picture with you. Are we good enough to take a picture with you? Worthwhile, bro. Next up is public comment. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. If you're here for public comment at this time, please fill out a yellow card. It's located in the back of the room next to Mr. Vickers. If you're here for a specific item, please mark that down. First up, Dr. Anthony Woods, Cleveland Hobbs, and Aaron Robinson of Palatka Housing Authority. Come up. Let's give it up for our partners from Palatka Housing Authority.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Honorable Commission, Honorable Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, and all persons on the panel. We just want to let you know and remind you that we are the city's premier affordable housing partner. To that end, as I stated last I was here, we have since went on to advertise for our RFQ for a developer, co-developer with the agency. We've gone on and began homeownership training. We have currently upwards of 20 persons and participating in that training right now. That's dealing training through Marist Bank, and I'll let Mr. Robinson speak on that a little bit more. Realtors and then financial planners. So we have 10 active HCV voucher holders right now, of those in excess of 20 participants that are interested in home ownership. So we are working to that end, and as we stated, we are moving forward, onward and upward. We are very pleased to see the city receive the award for infrastructure. As you know, We still have a few outlying areas within the confines of our property lines that need addressing also. And I'll let Mr. Hobbs speak to that. But aside from that, I want to thank you and commend you on the job that you all have been doing. And I'm hearing wonderful things all over throughout certainly the state and the region. As you know, just coming off of my tenure as being president of the State Association, and we are a larger member of Southeastern Region Council. And in that, they too were calling me about seeing St. Johns River and want to know when we can go fishing. So right now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Robinson.
We're also going to invite you to our opera workshop on Monday as well. We'd love to have you there as we begin to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act and opportunities for us to collaborate.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you, Dr. Woods. Just simply want to share with you some information about what we've been doing over the last few months. We've been working with our partners, and we would not have been as successful had it not been for the relationships we've been building over the last several years. And as Dr. Woods mentioned, we recently partnered with Ameris Bank and had held a first-time home buyer program that allowed us to have 20 or so people there. The great part about this is we had not only had public housing residents, but we had our Section 8 residents, as well as standard people just from the community as a whole. And what we're hoping to do at this point forward, now that we've had, we believe, a successful initial program, we will continue to work with Ameris Bank so that we will to have other ongoing workshops over the next 6 months, hoping by some chance we can continue to do the work we've been doing. I had something I wanted to share with you, and of course I put it here somewhere. It was simply that I think we need to emphasize what we've been focusing on over the last several years. We've been able to be re-awarded or awarded again once more with our Ross Grant program. We've held the Ross Grant for the last 6 years. We have now been recently awarded with that grant for another 3 years, which means we will have that grant for 9 years total. The Ross Grant stands for Resident Opportunity for Self-Sufficiency, and the focus on that is to help residents move forward on the path of self-sufficiency, help youth and adults succeed throughout their academic careers, help families remain out of crisis and meet their basic needs, and very specifically help seniors to remain in place. We, as I said, have been re-awarded this grant, and we're hoping that we will be able to continue the work with the assistance of our local community partners.
Thank you.
Thank you. How you doing? My job right now, as far as the program goes, I'm researching land requirements, see where we want to purchase some properties, get all that underway, so when the program kicks off for home ownership, we'll have a plan already in place. My part of it basically will be in the development stages as a building and what goes on there and maintenance and education throughout that part of it. So that's basically when I will come in after the project actually hits ground level. We did some acquiring last week, and we found out that most of our properties right now are in a flood zone. We have some issues in certain areas that we have now that is flood prone, but we deal with it, like the James A. Long area, for instance. Across from that, you have the land between there, across from the scrapyard. Yes, we looked at that land, and that's a flood issue. There's flooding there, which drains over in our property, which if we don't do what we need to do it, and there's all that. So we're looking at some of those issues. As far as the north side, further up on the 17th end of Wapalaw areas and all that in there. That's not good development practices right now, dealing with the river so close. So we're doing some studies in that area right now.
So I think all this creates, I think more than anything else, it's time for another opportunity for us to come together and have a joint commission meeting. I think the last one we actually had where we all were able to sit down together was when you had the presentations for the developers. It's been a while, but I think a critical piece of what we're looking at is affordable housing. There has been significant conversations through Commissioner Jones, as well as some of the other commissioners about infrastructure, about us looking at areas, about paving roads, about doing some critical things within that. If you look at what we've acquired over the last few years, over the last few months with the RAISE grant, as well as some of the other funding that we just received, it creates opportunities for us to really start to work together. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't work unless we're at the table continuously. Commissioner Jones is liaison for the Housing Authority, but I think more than anything, we need to create opportunities on an annual basis so that the two boards come together. We sit and we talk, that there's continuous talk between leadership on a regular basis. And we do that, but not as frequently as we used to. And I think that once we do those things, and I think more than anything, we've been able to show other organizations that the chamber, such as the chamber and then some of our other groups out there, that the Housing Authority is a vital part of what takes place, whether it's looking at it from emergency services standpoint or looking at it from business development. And I think when we put all those things together, you're the foremost authority we have on affordable housing. One of the issues that you have in St. Johns County and some of the other areas is that they don't have a plan for affordable housing, workforce housing for our services. And I think that if we can come together and be able to rub our pennies together to make dollars, that we can create additional opportunities within this community, serve people, and raise the floor. And I think that's what it's really all about. So we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you came in and could give us an update. And we welcome the continued partnership. My last question would be, I know we've had conversations in the past about the properties over off of 9th and Laurel in that area as the first opportunities to try to create home ownership within specified programs. And that started back when Mr. Nelson was here. Are those properties that you're still identifying as prime properties for home ownership? I know we talked to the previous residents there who had VA loan opportunities and some of the other stuff. And so I'd love to see the finalization on those pieces, and then we move into some new pieces and work collaboratively to really create those opportunities. We put together some conversations on the Jenkins Middle School piece as well. And so that's my question.
As a result of the way that those properties were developed, the resources that were utilized to fund them, they are part of the agency's ACC program, which means that when we do the transitioning through the RAD that had previously been discussed for the last 3 or 4 years, that's when they'll be disposed of. And one of the ways and means we intend to dispose of them is through the sale
And so
for home ownership.
I get it. We'll talk a little bit more offline, but the conciliation agreement talked about something totally different. And I just hope that, and I'm sure we can work something out so that we get back to those confines of what we agreed to. And so I think that's going to be a critical piece as well. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Dr. Woods and myself yesterday actually went out and we tried to identify some properties so that we could actually have this collaboration. And I know Commissioner Borum asked about what's going on. So that's the purpose of Dr. Woods and then staff being here today. When we talk about affordable housing and workforce housing, we have to consider the Housing Authority to be our agent to do that. We would like to give them that first opportunity to make it happen for us, as well as other private investors that are coming here to try to bring affordable and workforce housing. And you hit the nail on the head, Mayor. We need to come together and have these meetings so that we could dispose of our properties in a positive way to bring home ownership. And the Housing Authority have taken the lead by getting financial institutions involved, getting an education piece so a person could go from paying less than market rate rents to learning how to prepare and save to have home ownership. So I applaud what they're doing and the steps that they're taking. It's just a matter of time as we tie the knot, so to speak, so that we'll have a solid foundation and a solid collaboration to continue to have people going through the progress program and graduating through to home ownership, because self-sufficiency is what we want. And I know a lot of people that I speak to in the public sector, they ask about public housing being a crutch and people staying there for too long. And I agree, it's a help for people that need help, but ultimately people don't want to be in public housing all their life. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. So I'm an advocate for public housing and home ownership. So public housing have a need, but home ownership is the goal. So thank you guys again for coming in and sharing with us.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to just thank them for, the initiative that they're doing, because they're doing exactly what the program is designed to do. Is basically to not have people in there for permanent residencies, generation after generation after generation. They've identified people who qualify for these homes, 20 applicants. And so moving those people to permanent homes is the way the program should work. And so that other people can come in and use the living facilities. And then that's what it's all about. And if in any way the city can help, I'll be happy to assist in any way I can. And I know the commission probably feels the same way. So I want to thank you guys.
Thank you again. Next up, Ms. Kitchens.
Liquid Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. First of all, I want to congratulate the city employees that are retiring. I've had personal experience with both of them. Mr. Ladd, for many years, I never knew how tall he was because I always saw him down in a hole, just saw the top of his head. But he's always been very helpful. And Mr. Ewell, my goodness, I remember our previous airport director, and Mr. Ewell is a breath of fresh air and always pleasant. And I'd like to congratulate you all on having such wonderful employees, not just these two, but all of them. Now, what I came to speak on tonight is basically a national issue. I'm sure that you all know of the news about what's happening in Europe with Russia bombing the Ukraine and trying to invade it. Those of us who have read real history and had parents or grandparents who lived during World War II and prior to World War II, this is a bit concerning. This is the way Hitler started out. Hitler took Czechoslovakia, Austria, several countries over in Europe, and Great Britain and France kept on saying, well, give him a little bit more and everything will be fine. When he got Poland, that started World War II because Poland had a treaty with Great Britain, a reciprocal treaty that if either country got attacked, the other country would go to war to defend it. And that started the World War II. I don't know how far this is going to escalate over in Europe. The United States is getting involved a tiny bit, but the point is, it looks very similar to what Hitler did that started World War II. And I just want to urge everybody to please pray that we will be able to avoid another world war or even a war in Europe, because it will escalate. And if Russia continues what they're doing, it's definite that China will attack Taiwan, and then we will probably be in war because we have treaties with Taiwan. So we're in very serious world situation right now. So everybody, please pray for the Ukraine, for Europe, for Taiwan, and pray for the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hightower. Come up, give your name and address for the record.
My name is Latanya Hightower. My address is 716 Madison Street here in Palatka, Florida, 32177. I'm here solely on the behalf of my family. I feel like I've been under attack for a little over 2 years and with no help from the city police, Palatka Police Department. Every time I have notified this office, they come to the house and the officers come arrogant and say there's nothing that we can do. On February 13th, my back door got shot up with my grandson sitting in the middle of the gunfire. So I have to face every day that my grandson is coming home from school terrified, listen to the counselor say that he's talking about a shooting. So I had to go and arm myself. I've been in this county for 50 years and I never felt the need to arm myself. I had a gun permit over 2 years. This year, I went and got me a Glock 9 because I got to protect my family when nobody else is helping me. And it's sad that I have to keep calling on the police department. And then when I feel like I follow the chain of command is attacking me. So my thing is, if I'm getting attacked in my own community, that means I feel I have to fight by myself. And I'm here because this is my last stop for help. And this is all I have is my family. And my grandson is now he's 6 years old, and he shot over 30 rounds shooting into my house with knocked all the glass in. So you got to understand what I'm going through when I have to look at him and I have to take him to school and watch him scared to come home because he asked me, Nana, what you gonna do? You got a gun? I said, yeah, I got a gun now, TJ. He said, do you know how to shoot it? No, I don't shoot it, but I bet you I shoot the bitch shooting at you. So my thing is, I shouldn't have to explain that to a 6-year-old, and I shouldn't have to have a 6-year-old going through mental health counseling because over 2 years, I've been praying and I've been asking the Palatka police for help. They've been coming out and I give them videos, I give them recordings. The day they shot at my house, I have all you know, I had a video. The lady signed it to me. She was sitting there with them plotting to come and shoot up my house. I called the police department like usual. Showed officer the tape, recording the other lady. She's saying they're sitting there planning up, they're masking up, they're coming to shoot up your the house on 716 Master. She said the whole address. Okay, you went and picked up one, but I've been dealing with 20 children. 20 children is taking over the community, and this is not right. And I am terrified in my own house. At night, I can't even sleep. I'm still up guarding my own house because my 6-year-old and my mother lives there. So while they sleep, I got my 9 and I'm walking through the house. And nobody shouldn't have to live in terror in their own house when you're asking for help for over 2 years. And nothing has been done. But every time I call and talk to the upper supervisor, which is Detective Shaw, with his arrogant self, he tells me I'm working on it. And I tell him, his boys say he ain't gonna do nothing. He said, oh, watch, nothing has been done. And then when it turns around, it comes back on me. They come in my neighborhood, got into a fight. My son went to the fight. The city of Palatka charged my son with a rape because on the video, he was stopping the fight. He was breaking up the fight, but he went to jail. He went to jail for stopping the fight, helping Officer Johnson stops the fight. I got to the fight late because I knew there was an area, my grandson, they're in terror. They can't go anywhere. They having to respond to me and their mother every time I'm on the phone. Where you at? What you doing? They can't go to school function. The boys went to the school. Yes, they jumped all of them. They got expelled because they fought back. Of course they're gonna fight back. They had no other choice but to fight back. But they're getting expelled out of school. They can't go to school function because these little children sitting at the school function behind my grandson car with guns. My children don't tote guns. And I don't want to have to tote my gun out there to the school so my 12th grader can graduate and have a peaceful 12th grade year. This is ridiculous and this is sad for the state in our community. And all the good things that were just said, but what about the people on the other side that's living in this community? We're not getting that same help. We're not getting that same kindness. We're not getting that same support because every time I go and say something, it backfires. So when they say retaliation, I feel it because I get it from the police department.
Any comments from the commission?
Well, I want to just apologize for anything that may have happened that was a negative reflection. And nobody should have to live in fear or have to even need to be possessing a gun in their community because that's not the way civilized people should have to live in a community. That's not all over the city. So when we have situations like this, and you communicated that you have reached out a number of times, in my opinion, I think that's unacceptable for anyone to have to continue to reach out for public safety. That's what we're about, public safety. And that's at the top of the list. I'm a major proponent for it. And I know I've been pushing for it forever in terms of putting and concentrating, not just in that area, but anywhere in the city where we have situations that come about in that manner or any other manner. So I am aware of a number of things. I have been speaking to various people, city managers, and along with that, I talked to Chief Shaw as well about various things that happen throughout, not just that area, but the city as a whole. So again, you completely got my attention and my support. And I think the city as a whole, we're gonna make sure that we do the right thing in order to help bring the quality of life back to the area, wherever it may be.
I'm at a loss of words, honestly. And I think this opens up, what do we do next? Being that she has made the calls, being that she has made the cry, how do we move this situation forward? How do we, as a city, address what we just heard? I don't know about anybody else, but I have chills. And I'm familiar with the situation dealing with the children because I've had the mother sit in my office on the school district level, trying to ask for a resolution to it. So at what point do we take this matter into consideration? At what point do we bring individuals who have gone around that property to the forefront and have a conversation to see what it was or what it is? She made a statement that they say, oh, he's not going to do anything. Who says something like that about their boss? Why is something like that being said? Has that person been addressed? And those are the questions that I have. What do we do next? Because fortunately, that situation could have been a lot worse than what it was. And we're grateful to God that it wasn't. But are we going to seriously sit back and take somebody being shot, killed before we take action? And as a commission, I don't want that to fall on me. So I need to know what we are going to do next.
We need to apply the resources that's needed to protect our citizens.
The resources that they call upon aren't responding. So how do we address it?
Well, I didn't know. So that's something that we're gonna have to take action on.
I have to be very careful about how I respond to this due to my personal situation. I understand your pain. I lost my son to gun violence. I feel that I'm glad that you're able to come up here and ask for help and still have your son and your family. But I do feel that you need answers, not from us, but you need to hear from the chief and whoever made that statement. You need answers. You're crying for help. You know, I have a lot that I will be saying once my situation is over. But again, I can't say much, but I'm on your team. You have my full support. I will be speaking with you and visiting your family to make sure that these issues are addressed. I'm sorry, and I expect the chief to come up here and give us some answers tonight or something, respond to you.
Hold on. No, go ahead.
I've already spoke to Ms. Hightower, and I don't need to say anything, Mayor.
I'm gonna say it. I'm disturbed. I'm mad because the same people that shot at you ran down the road, ran through my fence, through one side and out the other side. And it wasn't discovered until the car was towed. It was discovered a few days later. It's my neighborhood. Every time you call, you have a question, you say what the situation is, I direct you to law enforcement when you talk to me. Sent you personal number of the chief, done all those different things, and talked to the city manager at 3 o'clock on Friday, and he immediately went over and got the property next to you mowed. And he did everything that he could do at the time that he was apprised. But it's a day late and $1 short on a whole bunch of other stuff. And the reality of it is this: had that baby been shot, we'd be having a whole different conversation, and people would have a whole different look. And the one thing, and I'm gonna say it publicly because I need to ask you publicly what happened. When the officers responded on the night of the shooting, what happened? What did they do?
Now, the one had the award, he was very polite and nice. But everybody else come in, didn't say anything. They went directly to assess the scene. And then Officer Johnson, he came in and he asked me about 20 minutes later about what happened. And then the other officer that got the award came and said, well, y'all need to leave the house because we need to assess the scene. We stayed out the door for about an hour. Then they assessed the scene and then they came out. And then he said, well, we got everything. We got all the shells out. And that was that.
No, I heard that somebody was laughing. Was there an officer laughing?
That was when I called to tell them that the guy was planning on shooting up my house. Officer Nelson came up laughing, what you got going on now? and smirking, but the other officer came from towards 8th Street, and he came in and he took it seriously. He said, well, one of the people that was in the video that said that they was gonna come to my house, which was Adrian Hall, he already had a warrant and I'm going to pick him up. And he went and got him. But my thing to that, they said all of these guys is masking up, you left 2 carloads that came riding past to shoot up my house, and you didn't address anything with them sitting up there with masks and guns. So how did you get Adrian Hall and then leave the rest to come and do what Adrian said and everybody said in that video? Well, in the recording.
Not that it make you feel any better. I'm glad you did hear from them an hour later. It was 3 days later when I heard from them and I had to reach out to them. Oh, I'm sorry again.
But let me finish what I'm saying before we get into all of that. I'm sorry, it's sincere from everybody up here, but it ain't enough for you.
No, it's not.
Because what went on with your home is the place of sanctity. And I don't want to just apologize to you. There needs to be a meeting, and it needs to be a face-to-face conversation that happens tomorrow, not the next day, not the next minute, but tomorrow. And there needs to be a plan on how we address these issues and any other citizen that has these same issues, and they need to be taken seriously. I don't care if we need to take them as seriously as schools take bomb threats when we know kids may not necessarily have the resources to make bombs. But in this day and age, you have to take everything seriously. I don't want to get into a whole bunch of details that I don't personally know about what took place, but I do know how many phone calls I've gotten over the last few years from you as it related to trying to de-escalate situations. You do what citizens are told to do. Call law enforcement, reach out, try to take preventive actions. You've gone to the school, you've gone all these different places. But we need a plan of action. We need to have a sit down to look at how many calls of service we've had, over how many complaints, what have been the issues, and what we do moving forward to correct the issues, whether it's customer service, whether it's how we take stuff seriously, or how we follow up and take actions. Because at the end of the day, it shouldn't have taken till Friday from a shooting that took place at the end of the week for us to come up with some more answers to that situation. And it stops today, and it's going to be taken seriously. And because I don't want it to be a situation where another person is dead or a baby is dead in the middle of some foolishness because we didn't take it seriously. Because I'm telling you, it's the grace of God that has us standing here today without that child being dead and not having a whole different conversation and a whole bunch of folks with a bunch of heat on them, including the 5 of us that sit on this commission. But I can tell you, sorry ain't gonna be enough. There needs to be a plan relayed to everybody on this commission about what we do moving forward for this situation, for similar situations, and how we can make it right moving forward as it relates to people who are asking for help. And there needs to be something done. Because sorry is going to be sorry when one of these children find themselves being hurt. We have multiple shootings this week, 5 or 6 shootings in a week. We got 10,000 people in this city. There's no need for that. We got to move forward, put together processes and opportunities to address these issues. Because what we've been doing ain't working. 6 murders over the last 2 years ain't working. It ain't working. All of it's not on law enforcement. Some of it's on the community. But at the end of the day, you look to us, you look to Chief for guidance, for help, for resources. And we're going to provide them. We're going to provide them. And if it means that we got to meet with every person in this community one-on-one to try to make sure that nobody else dies, then we need to do that. If it means that we got to implement more programs for children We got to find some more jobs, some more education, and partner with every other organization in this county. We need to do that. But it's enough. Sorry, I ain't getting it. These people dying out here in these streets. And we got to do something. And that's just where I am. So, Mr. Holmes, I need you and Chief to get with Ms. Hightower, get counsel, whoever else you need to get in there. Whoever is deemed to be a representative from the commission needs to be in there. And let's come up with a plan moving forward to engage the community to deal with issues of community relations, but also how we start dealing with this violence that's going on.
Mayor,
Because I ain't trying to lose a baby.
Mayor, if I may, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you stated, and I back you up 100%. But at what point is accountability going to be held to our officers in situations and how they respond? She said a name, and that name has been ringing in Palatka
over and over.
Stop. At what point are we going to address our officers and hold them accountable for how they are responding to any call? To hear that we have an officer laughing when someone is calling when faced with danger, that is totally unacceptable. And to know that we have that protecting our individuals. If you was to call somebody for help and they laugh at you, do you honestly think they're going to protect you? And that's not the face or the look that I want for our city. So if that means us letting some go, we're going to have to do it. And I don't handle the day-to-day operations, but that's how serious it is now. We have to let go of the weight. That's just how it is.
I'm sure the same
not for
sentiment.
nothing.
That's something that
You
we're
reach
gonna,
out.
we're gonna get that addressed tonight. We're not gonna have anybody that represent the city that's supposed to be protecting our people to laugh at a serious situation, a life threat. I mean, this is a threat on somebody's life, and somebody's laughing. That's not going to be what happened after the night. Something's going to happen, and it's not going to be. We got to get that taken care of. These people should not be working for our agency. They need to be somewhere else. It doesn't reflect the leadership in this city. People are crying for help, and we're not going to continue to let these things happen by just sitting back and thinking it's going to go away, because it's not. It's too many times that people have called for help, support. A number of times, I know I have spoken with people and seen things with my own eyes and tried to get these things addressed. It's stopping tonight. That's it. I'm fed up. Done.
And I know the meeting is going to be tomorrow.
I'm done.
As it's mandated by the mayor. But I would like to ask for us to put some extra patrol out there to this family, because I have received calls of they can't sleep at night. I would hate for Ms. Howard Tower to have to stay up all night patrolling her own family. I'm quite sure she has to anyway, but at least have some extra eyes out there. If we could go to Star and protect the money at the bank, we could protect lives. So whatever we have to do resources, I think we got to get somebody out there.
Why haven't we been notified? I mean,
that's another thing.
We were notified, but it was days after. Like, I think this situation is it's just, you notified us after. A lot of times of what we hear it
in the streets,
through the streets. And I don't think something of that magnitude should not come from the streets. It should come directly from the source. And I appreciate you for putting us on notice, because if you wouldn't have put us on notice, we wouldn't have gotten any notice. And this was days after what I know of the event that happened. But again, I think we all are saying the same thing, that something has to be done. How is it going to get done? That's what I think the meeting tomorrow is going to clarify. And I appreciate in advance Chief, as well as Mr. Holmes and Ms. Attorney Thomas, for coming together to show that we're not just up here making talk, we're up here to make change. And I think the beginning of change starts tomorrow. And if we don't see the beginning of change starting tomorrow, we as a commission have some decisions to make.
Absolutely.
And
Appreciate
this,
that, Commissioner. Go ahead.
and this, I mean, and I agree. And then the same name comes up in every conversation. I'm hearing it in police chases, and we haven't had a police chase since I started practicing law almost. I'm tired of making the news for stupid stuff that's against our policies. I wholeheartedly agree with what Commissioner Borum said. It's time for it to stop. Answers got to be made. Tough decisions got to be made. I mean, Chief, we got you here. You sit in the seat because we trust you. You sit in the seat because we believe in you. And there's some folks that don't necessarily carry the culture of what you do. It's wearing your badge. And I watched as a lawyer for a long time. A bunch of craziness happened. You wore that same badge. This is when we need you to set the standard, to enforce the standard, and to make tough decisions. Because people are crying out to you for help. They're trusting that you will allow them to make decisions that allow them to go to sleep at night and protect their babies. I know you take it seriously, but we got to take it to another level right now. And it has to be made known that we will not stand for citizens to be disrespected, to be degraded, and for us not to do things that will put other people's life in danger. It's 2 times in a week. It's got to be done. And it won't be taken lightly, not by me. I don't know what anybody else is saying up here. And I know it's a bunch of frustration up here. But Chief, you got to set the standard. I can tell you that there's a lot of stuff that has to change. We got to engage the community. Had a conversation with DOJ, shared that email with you about the opportunities for us to be engaged in additional training. We missed the first boat. We got a second ride at the boat in order to be able to bring forth some additional innovative strategies to deal with some of these issues. But we got to address home first. And we got to make sure that the citizens never lose our trust. Because I can guarantee you that the 5 folks that sit up here will make hard decisions if other decisions can't be made. And so we got to move forward. And, you know, it's not a name blaming situation, but it's the same name. Just keep ringing.
The same name.
And at the end of the day, something has to be done in this community to ensure that we serve and protect, and that we serve and protect the people first, and that we make sure that these babies don't have to go home scared. I keep saying it over and over again, that if that child was killed, and we see it all the time on the news, if that child was killed or shot, it'd be a whole different conversation in this room tonight, and everybody will be looking different. So we gotta make sure that we get on top of it and we do what we need to do. And there needs to be a plan moving forward of how we address these situations. When we first started out, pass-alongs were sent to the commission as related to major crime events in this community. It needs to start back.
Yes.
Because I'm tired of reading in the newspaper about stuff that's happening in Palatka when there's folks out here who can shoot me an email or a text in 2 seconds. You know, the last thing I want to get is a call from a reporter asking me about something that's happening in Palatka that I don't know. Let's inform everybody so that we're all on the same page, so that when this stuff happens, we're not in the blind on a lot of stuff that's going on. It's not just pass along, but it's other major issues that are going on within our city as a whole. And we got to address them. And I'm not going to belabor it at this point, but we're going to follow this up. Everybody needs to know something by tomorrow. about what action was taken and when the next follow-up meeting is going to be, because if it's going to be the following day, if you got to work on Saturday and Sunday to ensure that life is in place, do it. When I talked to Mr. Holmes and he got the property mowed, one question was asked: what's more important than saving a life? That's why they went out in a moment's notice and got the property mowed. And came back out on Saturday and tried to finish because they wanted to make sure that at least the sanctity of knowing that that overgrown property that you've been complaining about was not going to be used as a place of cover again. And it's those little things that may seem like nothing to us sometimes that mean everything to you when you're home. And that's the stuff that we just got to address. And so if there's any other direction that the commission wants as it relates to this particular issue, we'll address it. If we need to, we'll address anything else on Monday additionally, and do it in the public forum if we need to again. But we got to deal with this issue. And we've got to nip it in the bud now and come up with a plan, engage citizens from all corners of this community so that we have alliances within the community as a whole to deal with violence in our community. Violence should not be an issue in this community if we engage and provide the proper resources and we continually start making it unpopular for people to be engaged in this activity. One incident at a time, we got to continually attack, and we got to be on the offensive instead of just reacting. Anything else?
Well, I mean, I do know that anytime somebody want to move to your community, the first two things they look at is crime, education. Right now, we're not looking in the best light right now, but that won't be for long. We're going to get the right resources in the right places. And if the current people can't get that done, we're going to have to do something different, period. I'll be happy to lead that effort. I'm pretty fed up with it. I do know Polk County represents very well. Anytime there's something that happens in that community, Sheriff Grady Judd, he have press conferences and he deal with situation by situation every time. So we need that same thing. Now, I do know when we had Mr. Griffiths, he was the assistant chief at the time. We got reports all the time. And I know I have been pushing for reports. I hate to get information secondhand. I've been getting information secondhand, but we've had so much turnover that we can't, taking certain action on people. I don't want to have to go there. But my thing is, we want people to be compliant and so that we can provide public health and safety to our people. And that's just the bottom line, period. Thank you.
Excellent question. Ms. Hightower, today, is there anything that we could do today for you? Is that the plan so far is good enough? Okay, so we'll ask the chief. So Chief, what can we do about that?
Well, I agree in that standpoint from Ms. Hightower and hearing that she's continuing to get the intimidation. I did speak, and I think city manager can attest to, after hearing the initial portion of us going at least doing as much as we could at the time with the information we had to react to it. But hearing that part, I do believe that we can provide some security for as long as we can to ensure that not only her family, but she can feel safe in her home, and that until we are able to address that issue in its totality, they can at least feel some sense of comfort.
All right, Chief, you've heard the comments.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else that you want to add at this point? Outside of, before you actually set up the meeting and you guys begin to talk additional strategies?
No, I'm looking forward to the meeting. I do have our presentation at the end for the department head reports, but I'm looking forward to the meeting and doing whatever we can and continuing to do whatever we can as far as to address the issue, not only for Ms. Hightower, but on the north side, but as well as for the issues that we're facing internally.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have a report. Let's have a report now.
Sure.
And then I'll get the other two speakers. Y'all still want to talk? She's gone. Okay.
Can I say something real quick? I really do want you to speak, but I want you to speak from the standpoint of the conversation that you had with me, with how it's matriculating down to our kids.
So let's do this. Let me let her speak right quick, and then you can go into your report.
Hi, my name is Lakeisha Ashley. I stay at 206 Redbud Lane. This Miss Hightower kind of summed it up, but it's still going on with the kids. I have two boys. They can't go nowhere. We keep them on lockdown. We sent them out last week. We sent them to my sister's house. They've been threatening them, calling them at school, saying that they don't know, they know that they're not at school. I've been speaking with the guidance counselor. I did get the guidance counselor to get my oldest son some help because he's angry because it's like people bullying him, and we keep telling him, don't say nothing, don't react to it. So he's kind of building up a lot. So she is going to get him some help. They can't go to the store. They can't. I called the police a while ago. They went to the store to get some gas. They jumped out on them. The officer came. He looked at the tape. He came back. He said, well, I got the tag number. I'm going to go to Sugar Hill to talk to him, and I'll give you a call. He gave me a card. I got about 6 cards. I got 6 cards. Every time I call the officer, they give me a card. And they tell me nothing they can do. That night, they end up going to a function at the Palatka High School. And my oldest one had my 12-year-old with him, which is my daughter. My baby, she called, she said, Mom, it's some boys behind MJ. He's not paying attention. He's talking and flirting with the girls. He's not paying attention, but she's sitting to the car with the rest of his friends and her cousin. She called me and she said, Mom, it's some boys behind Milton, and they saying that they got a gun. So I told him, stay there, I'm on my way. Just like she said, I had my permit since 2012. I never had to buy a gun, but I just recently purchased one as well. I say, I'm on my way, I'm coming to get y'all. And I say, well, let me call Milton. He was so heated up because he felt like I got to protect my sister. I'm gonna get shot or whatever they're gonna do to me in the cause because I had my sister. That's the only thing that pisses me off. But other than that, they can't live a regular life as kids. My baby's in the 12th grade. He can't even enjoy his 12th grade year. He can't go to a school function. He can't even ride down the road to my mom's house. They call him. They following me. I have to call my mom. Be out the door. Milton finna pull up. The kids finna pull up. Guess what? They comes on the corner. We tell them, get in the house, y'all. Come in the house. Come in the house. A child shouldn't have to live their life like this, especially being in the 12th grade. It's more to just violence, and I teach mine a reaction. You don't have to always say stuff when people saying stuff, and that's what I said. But it's building up. It's an ongoing thing. It's been going on for 2 years. They went to the fair to have a good time. They jumped them at the fair. I got a call. Me and my mama got a call. They just jumped on your kids at the fair. Grown men and all. Pulls up there, get the kids. They meets us to my grandma's house. They all come back to the grandma house ready to fight. But you can't keep holding them back every time they come up.
And the reason I asked her to speak, and the reason I asked her to get up and speak to the kids' perspective, because they end up on my desk to try to provide solutions from expulsion. So this is what's going on in the community. It's spilling over into our school system, which then disturbs school function, which then leads our kids again to come to my desk to try to provide solutions in lieu of, or if the expulsions were to go through. But I think this conversation needs to lead to a bigger conversation. And how do we get there? It's gonna take some, it's no real true solution at this moment. But I just want the citizens to know, I want everyone that sits in this room to know it's trickling down. And it's trickling down to our middle school, our elementary school. That's how bad it is. So if we don't take action now, this can literally take our city back in a direction in which we don't need to go in. That's why I asked her to speak.
It's not a hard solution, Commissioner, I don't think. I think that we just need to, well, our agency need to do whatever they need to do to help protect life and safety.
Absolutely.
That's what has to happen. You have to match whatever the issue is. You have to escalate it. If you have to go from 0 to 100, you go from 0 to 100. If you have to continue to incrementally get there, you incrementally get there. But this, we got to go.
Let me be clear. I agree with everything that you're saying, but I think the conversation does not just stop with the city of Palatka.
I understand.
It's because again, what affects Palatka affects Putnam County.
Absolutely.
What affects Palatka affects our schools.
Absolutely.
And until we can have a conversation across the board, and I understand absolutely everything that you're saying, and I agree with you, but I'm saying the conversation needs to involve more people, more stakeholders, so
Absolutely.
that we don't have, oh, I didn't know about this. You know about it.
Right.
What can we do
Absolutely.
to address this issue? We have a city commission, we have a school board, and we have a county commission.
Absolutely.
This is a conversation that we need to have, and the city of Palatka needs to lead that conversation.
Yes.
We're gonna lead it, but again, there is more people that need to be at the table so that they know, administrators know what our kids are being faced with in this community. Right. And they have a false sense of security, and they're disconnected when it comes down to those things. So I understand what it is that you're saying, but I work with these students in the school. So again, the conversation needs to be a broader conversation so that we are all on the same page, hearing the same thing. Yes, we got to fix home first, but home consists of not just the city of Palatka, but the Putnam County, because it's happening in our schools. And again, they land on my desk. I have mothers, I have grandmothers coming to my office trying to say, what can we do to make sure? We all know if these kids get expelled, they're going to be 9 times out of 10 a menace, and they're not going to be productive citizens. So we have to look at the whole Palatka, not just a part of Palatka. And again, I understand, and I'm not going in on you, and I'm not coming against you, but I feel like, again, the conversation, we lead the conversation, but the conversation need to have more than the city of Palatka.
And again, I appreciate that comment because I wasn't finished, but at the same time, crime has been one of my biggest things trying to deal with various things since I started in 2015. So this is not my first rodeo at this. I've been working at this thing forever. I got the emails, the major conversations and different things of that nature around that. I've been following a number of different things. And again, we got to look at the root cause of things. You can bring people to the table, but let's look at the data. Let's look at the root cause. And in the city of Palatka, we can help with a lot of that situation that's spilling over into the school system because we're dealing with our residents that live in Palatka. So we're not, I know it's hitting the school system, but we can be a major part of the solution. Yes, let's get everybody to the table, but we got things that we can do to help with a big portion of things coming across with the students that come across your desk?
I'm just glad to get the support. I haven't had the strength to fight. I feel like I've been fighting alone about my son and the gun violence and the violence that we've been facing in this community. And I know it hits home when we talk about the students and kids, but my son was my baby too, regardless of whether he was 22. I got a 32-year-old son that I can't sleep. I hear sirens, I can't rest, because I'm always thinking that is it my child? Is it my children? And I work, as I said, I work in the school system, been in there for 20 years, but it does start home. It starts here. And I need the support. And I'm glad that I'm getting the support from the commission tonight, because I have not had the strength to fight. And I feel I've been fighting alone. So I appreciate you coming and bringing this conversation forward. I appreciate that, because I just felt that I have not had the support, and I'm just being honest. And I've been trying to be professional and keep this thing classy and not say anything and hold my peace until this investigation and this trial is over. But it's hard. I've been struggling. I've been struggling.
I empathize.
It's hard, and I just appreciate the support.
I just like to say this, and I'm gonna get back to the mayor. I hear and I touch your stuff. Things you said to heart, same as you, Commissioner Bourne. But what I do agree upon is what Commissioner Bourne said. We have control over what our staff do. We don't have control over what the school district do. And tonight, before we pass it on, I want to know what we're gonna do. I want to know what the chief plan is, along with the city manager. And this board, we're saying what we want to happen. We just need to see it happen. So with that, thank you again, Ms. Ashley. I want to know what the chief is going to do, what plan you have to combat this. And you mentioned root cause. There's got to be a cause that ignited this violence. So you're not going to stop anything until you get to that.
Right.
So that's investigation, that's to find out. That's, again, the mayor hit on it. You have to have relationships with the community to find out what actually is going on in the community. And it could have, wherever it started, whether it's the school, at the playground, or whatever. That's where it started. But the buck's gonna start with us, because the school board's gonna say, well, we gotta get the police involved. So we wanna know what the police plan is. And if it need directions and directives, that's our job to give it. All right? So that's
Great point, Commissioner Jones.
Hold up, Chief. But the other thing too, we got other people who are affected and impacted. Now, I know they were getting the students help. They were getting the students help in terms of mental health counseling, whatever it may be. But we got the parents who also may need to be counseled as well, because you have gone through trauma. And anybody who's been, even some of the neighbors might have gone through trauma. So again, for everybody who's been affected, I urge you to get the help that you need, because you can't do it by yourself. And that's just the last.
Chief will talk to them about what resources are available and what can be done from the crime victim side of it.
Yes, sir. We can get with them tomorrow at the meeting, provide what services we have, and to at least reach out to them and let them know what we can do to assist with that. And that can be through our victim advocate and whatever else we have as far as our relationships with the county and the school system as well.
And the chapel.
That's correct. Again, like I was saying, Commissioner Jones, I agree with you totally. We do need and we hold a lot of responsibility, and we need to address it. We need to be able to take it. And Commissioner Campbell, you said it as well. There is other pieces to this puzzle that play a big part, a major part, and those pieces need to be pulled to the table. The school board is one of them, and one of the things we're facing right now, and I know the parents are facing, and they can actually attest to the fact that when things happen, fights after school, it's necessarily pushed out onto the city off of school grounds, and we didn't have to address it. But we're hearing about it or getting to it at that time that it's already fueled up and the fire is going. We've begun our discussions to where we can basically address that a little differently. And I think there's been some changes in place, and we've had some communication that's going to help get that taken care of. But the merge of the high school and some of the middle schools and high school students that's been on campus has just been something that we've all been addressing as we've been moving forward through this year. But again, it takes more than just that one piece, and we are looking to address it. First, I want to take the opportunity to briefly discuss the shootings that took place over the last 2 weeks and make you aware of the strategies that we have put in place to address the recent increase in violent crime in the North Side area. Second, I'll discuss what we've been able to and what we have not been able to accomplish through our efforts. Last, I'll discuss potential methods of addressing the issue similar to similar issues that we had in the future, and you guys have hit on some of those. And I don't profess to be the have all the answers, but I'm willing to reach out to any entity I can to get the answers to help solve the problem. So that's something that I want to be able to discuss a little bit further when I get to the end of my presentation. But the shootings, as you may or may not know, over the last 2 weeks, we've had 5 shootings on the North Side. Surprisingly, in 4 of these 5 cases, the victims refused to cooperate. 3 of the victims that refused to cooperate sustained gunshot wounds. From 2 of the shooting incidents, this is a problem that we're facing not only locally, but we're facing throughout the nation. It is very, very hard to be able to prove your case, as you all know, if you don't have a victim or a witness. So we are starting from behind when we're looking at investigating these incidents. Through our investigations, we have been able to identify individuals suspected to be involved in the shootings. We have found that 2 groups are the primary aggressors in 3 of the shootings. As a result, we have been able to do make the following actions. We've made 1 arrest, as Ms. Hightower discussed, on Adrian Hall for violation of probation, and being that he is what we believe to be a leader of one of the groups, we feel like we were at least to make an attempt to impact that. But going back from his arrest, we did a couple of things. We were contacted, actually Ms. Hightower contacted the city manager in reference to a call that she got, and she's seen some stuff on social media. I myself, with the city manager, made contact and made sure that that issue got brought to the attention and a warrant was obtained. From that warrant, Mr. Hall was arrested and a tracking device was put on his ankle. That tracking device helped us locate him before, once we had the first incident take place and before any of the second and the third shooting took place. So it allowed us to be able to go into addressing him and attempting to head off of that situation. Now we are investigating what she discussed, the Facebook Live post that she had. We are looking into that and attempting to get those other individuals identified so we can move forward and be able to charge some other ones, as well as identifying those individuals in the vehicle. And I'll speak on that a little bit further. The other, we've got a warrant for LaTelvin Hightower for his arrest. And he is currently being sought after this time for his actions from what we've investigated involving one of the shootings. Fabian Williams and Jerome Royal were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. We believe they also were involved and was subjects that could have been involved in the shooting as well, possibly with Mr. Hall. 2 other individuals suspected of participating in the shooting were arrested for drug charges. We do believe that there's groups of juveniles that are working with these 2 groups that we are trying to identify. I actually spoke to, I believe it's LaToya, at the scene on Friday. I came back in town, met with the city manager at the scene and spoke with her. And we are attempting to identify the juveniles for both sides that are involved in it. I think we do have some names, but we don't have all of them identified. And we are working with the school to get them identified to be able to find out who they are and their actions and involvement in these cases. Out of the 5 shootings, we believe 3 are connected, and again, 2 are isolated incidents. Our strategies, you asked for our strategies and what we were doing immediately. We put together some different things, and our strategy was to saturate, suppress, and identify. Again, like I've been speaking on. We immediately, once the first 3 shootings occurred, we had officers increase patrols and saturate the North Side area, the Zone 1 area, The saturated required all officers working patrol to be in zone 1, only leaving the zone 1 area when other calls for services in other areas of the city, and then returning to zone 1 to continue the visibility. Excuse me, sir?
Increase the number of officers on patrol?
Yes, we did, sir. Yes, we did. We increased the number of officers on patrol. We brought in some extra personnel on overtime as much as we could for both the day shift and the night shift, as well as some of the captains working on weekends to assist with the situation.
So what's your normal shift numbers?
Normal shift numbers for minimum staffing is 4. We have mid-levels, the people that come in, which is mid to cover both shifts, that may increase it up to 5 for the night shift and 4 for the day shift. Minimum for the day shift is 3.
So kind of a modified, what we do?
Modified, we were looking at 5 and 6, 5 and 6. 5 for the days and 6 for the nights. And then we had overlapping, which would put us at 7 and 9. So again, immediately after that, we noticed that in past experience, the visibility has been a big key to help decrease negative actions and closely or in related issues on the north side. Deployment of the crime suppression team to continue with high visibility was second, and it was second to assist with the working and identifying individuals involved and to continue with the visibility. If you notice, we have our LPR that's currently on Main Street right now, not far from Ms. Hightower's location. It helps us identify tag. It's a tag reader. It will help us in the situation that an incident occurs. We're able to investigate and continue to find those individuals that has the car fitting that description and hopefully identify those involved in it. So that is something that's on Main Street as we speak now. And it is going to be used in some future investigative activities that will involve on the north side, which will be working in conjunction with our crime suppression team. So far, the above strategies has resulted in the following. We've had multiple arrests, 5 of which we believe are involved in the shootings, in which I mentioned before. 3 of those were in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. 1 felony warrant obtained, multiple charges filed, 7 guns removed from the streets, 4 was found to be stolen, and our detectives have been able to identify multiple people and identify and interview multiple people. As discussed earlier, we are having an extreme amount of difficulties with the victims and witness cooperation, and it's increasing. This can be vital when it comes to arrest and prosecution, and one of the methods being used currently is Crime Stoppers to get information. Information is solicited through Crime Stoppers, which provides reward for information leading to the arrest or conviction. With that being said, we understand that we need to find means to get through to the community, other means outside of what we've been using in the past to get through the community in these incidents. We are reaching out not only to other agencies, but other governmental entities and asking for help. What can we do? We don't profess to know it all. We want some assistance. Some of the suggestions are, again, in speaking not only with staff, but speaking with other agencies, is like educating the community by asking for help, maybe through town hall settings or things that similar to that nature. Reaching out to community leaders, being able to develop community leaders, whether it be teachers, whether it be pastors, whether it be individuals in the community with high influence, that we can reach out to our witnesses and our victims to see how much assistance we can get to help solve these crimes, because we're going to need the community to come back to help be able to help solve some of these crimes. And then last and not least, you guys touched on it. You have some of the most influence in the community, and mitigation or mediation, I apologize, mediation is something that we want to reach out and see if we can get your assistance in calling some of these parties to the table to be able to stop it, identify it. You mentioned it yourself. Bring these two, find the root of the problem.
Check if the device is on your home Wi-Fi network.
To find the root of the problem, identify it, and then begin to solve it. Those are a couple of things that we've been thinking at, but we're open for other options. We ask for any assistance, any ideas. We're willing to go forward. We're not looking at or closing off anything to say we do not want to do or use anything to help solve this problem. And that's what we've been doing. I'm open for any questions or thoughts.
Did you get the communication I sent from Mr. Daniels with the Department of Justice?
That's correct. I actually reached out and tried to call Will Daniels today, but if he's out of the office until next Tuesday. I'm going to reach out to him again when he gets back into the office. I'm not sure where that opportunity was missed. I received 2 emails from Will on Tuesday, which is February 22nd. But outside of that, the last one I received was on the 15th, and none of those emails talked anywhere towards what your attachment read.
Well, he's clearly stated that we missed the opportunity to be a host city. It was non-responsiveness on that part, but he also gave a second opportunity for us as a non-host, providing 3 slots. And so I've identified the key contacts so that we can move forward with the slots, and that will, it's 3. I think he's got 25 total that he has set aside, but it's 3 that we can participate as a non-host to start to deal with those techniques. Engaging community partners, and it's specifically towards dealing with violence in the community.
I read that in your email, and I also read the opportunity, and that's why I reached out to him to see what we could do so we can make sure we make that happen.
So let's see if we can salvage that relationship in whatever format we can moving forward, so that we can, and because it was the perfect opportunity for us, to have that stuff hosted locally and those techniques be employed and create the relationships. Now we've got to travel for them and do some other stuff, and it won't just be tailored to this community. And it was an opportunity geared towards a small agency, but that's one opportunity, no different than some of the techniques that were learned during the Weed and Seed era, from what my understanding is. But
That's correct.
That gives us a piece.
I worked with Will during the Weed and Seed era, so I'm familiar with it, and I've communicated with him a couple times since then. I'm at a loss at how that issue was dropped, but I'm hoping that we can be able to bring those assets back here, and it can help us at home.
He wants to do it. I think that's going to be a critical piece of the puzzle, looking at some of the new techniques that he's employing. But it's not just for law enforcement. It's citizen, it's non-citizen, it's it's nonprofit organizations, it's everything. It's all inclusive of the stuff that you're talking about. And I think that's critical moving forward. What I'm more concerned with right now is when you hear that a call is made the day before a shooting that says, hey, they're masking up, this is what they're doing. And then you get information that you got officers laughing. I mean, how do we address that? How do we deal with that stuff?
We are, I can tell you there's an open investigation in that currently right now. I heard that from the city manager. That was actually the first time I heard it. I heard it again, I believe, from Ms. Hightower when we were on the scene. I apologize, not Ms. Hightower, but I heard it again when we were on the scene. We are looking into it. Anytime we have anything like that, we take it serious. We don't just pass it off and ignore it, but we take it seriously. So we are looking into it, and we have a couple things, and we've opened those discussions, and we are keeping the city manager aware of.
I can tell you, if anybody's doing that and they're wearing that badge, then they're violating their oath. And if they violate their oath and they put citizens in a situation where it's a life and death situation, then they shouldn't be wearing the badge.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, sir. At any time, any of our officers are doing what they're not supposed to do, I think the city manager and the city attorney can attest, I do everything I can do to make sure they are no longer a representative of the Palatka Police Department.
I'm gonna be watching with binoculars on.
Sure enough.
And then I can tell you, I've got full faith in you as a leader. And I'm looking for you to lead this situation. And I'm looking for you to not leave one stone unturned, to kick over the table if you got to kick over the table, to kick in the door if you got to kick in the door. But this is why you're selected. because all trust and faith is in the fact that you, as a man with the character that you possess, are going to do what's right for this community as a whole. And so this is one of those times when you stand as the chief, that all eyes are on you, and we support you, but we're watching.
Yes, sir.
And we're looking for you to lead the charge as we try to bring and restore peace back in the community. And I can tell you, man, you are the law enforcement trained person, not us. Jones has law enforcement training, but we are looking, the reason you stand where you stand is because of what you represent. And that's why we're trusting that at all stages of the game, you're gonna do what's right. And if it's a bad apple, weed it out. If it's somebody that doesn't stand for the culture that this organization should stand for, then let's get rid of it. And I say that in all sincerity, because today and age, being a law enforcement officer in this community, yet alone being an African-American law enforcement officer in America right now, is very difficult. And people want to know that at the end of the day, when they close their doors, that they can be safe in their home, the one place of sanctity. And we need you and your agency to lead that charge. And I agree with Commissioner Gamble, not just for the city, but for everybody. But first and foremost, people pay taxes here for the extra insurement that they're going to get better services than just having the county provide services as a whole. And I need you to lead from the helm of that. We're here, and I can tell you, we're charged up no differently than everybody else. There's a heightened sense of frustration all around here. But this is when the cream rises to the top. And it has to stop. If we got to call 1 million town hall meetings, let's call 1 million town hall meetings. If we got to walk the block, let's walk the block. I'll walk it with you. But we got to do something now before somebody gets killed. And it's not just a Hightower situation. There's too many other situations. And we can put labels on groups and call them gangs or whatever we need to do. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The one thing we need to do is get control. And so whatever it takes for us to get control, if that means more man hours, then we need to do it. If that means implementing additional programming, we need to do it. If it means bringing community partners, we need to do it. If it means engaging the citizens, we need to do it. But we need to do it, and we don't need to be passive. We need to be out front doing all that we can do. Because at the end of the day, I want to be able to say we've done all that we can do from the government and community side. And we'll continue to do it, even if it's in excess, because it's about life safety.
What I want to do, you got our support. You look like you're putting a strategy together, but I urge you because I've heard Ms. Hightower say about the officer laughing in a life-threatening situation. I urge you to examine your staff. You need to examine them and make sure that we don't have no bad apples, because again, when we have situations like this, we don't want it to be like, okay, well, we talked to the chief or whoever else about these individuals and nothing has been done. So please look at your staff and deal with them accordingly, because I don't feel comfortable with what I've heard tonight and some things prior to, and I've voiced that to administration before. So let's make something happen.
Anybody else?
I'll say this and I'll be done. Everybody can't be saying the same thing and not be telling the truth. When it comes down to that name that has been ringing, it's been a consistent thing one way or another. who she mentioned, the police. And that name has been ringing for a while. And at some point, everybody can't be saying the same thing and it not be true.
Anything else, Chief?
No.
Anything, Mr. Holmes? Council?
So when is that meeting gonna commence? We, don't let tomorrow come and we don't have time. Can we put a time on your calendar?
Alright, listen, we're gonna meet tomorrow.
Can we get a time?
Mayor Hill, currently the commission has a 4 o'clock workshop scheduled for tomorrow with the Airport Advisory Board, but that's
We're
what I
gonna
have
meet
on the
before
calendar.
lunch tomorrow. We're gonna meet before, it's gonna be first thing on the calendar. So y'all figure out if it's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock or whatever time it needs to be. If you got something that's more important than this, it's only because you can't reschedule it for 6 months, but there needs to be a meeting tomorrow. What time are y'all available? Ms. Hightower? Mhm. Can we make noon happen?
I'm available.
Anybody else want to be there?
I'll like to come.
We only got one commissioner can be there. One commissioner can be there.
I won't be there.
I want to be there. Let's pull a name in.
Hey, y'all work it out.
We're working
And
it. We're gonna put our name
y'all,
in.
y'all work it out and I'll get the debrief, but y'all work out who wants to sit in the room.
You go, no.
I respect you.
Commissioner Jones, I would like for you to be there on the record.
Just
If
go.
I may. If
Prior
I
law
may.
enforcement, go ahead and be there. You can-
All right, thank
So we'll let McCaskill go. Okay, go.
you. You're welcome.
All right. Community affairs as well. Community affairs. All right, so. Mulberry, can you come?
Yes, sir. I could be there, Mayor. Bells and
Appreciate that.
whistles. Just
Appreciate
tell
that,
me
Pastor.
where and when.
Annex.
And I agree with Commissioner Campbell on that, that, you know, he made a statement about people making statements about whatever staff. That's in my phone as well, so.
At the workshop on Monday.
We want to make sure something happens.
At the workshop on Monday, we need an update. It's not gonna rest like that. So we will update on Monday, next steps, whatever y'all come up with from there. And if we need to call special meetings, community town halls, whatever, let us know because it's gonna happen. So, you can put the details.
Yes, sir. We're gonna work on that with Captain Williams once we leave here tonight.
All right. All right. All right, thanks, Chief.
Mayor, can I address I want to be able to address the pass-alongs that Commissioner Borm and you
I
spoke
mentioned,
on. The pass-alongs were stopped because of the information, the confidential information that wasn't allowed to be shared. What I can do is put together something that is a similar form of it and send it out to you on a daily
Without the
basis. That would
classified
do it.
information, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Just do a general. Mr. Holmes has been sending whatever you give him out. But I can tell you, in the past, it was way more beneficial for us. Because I can tell you, reading about it in the paper
I'll definitely get those as they sent to me cleaned up and get them sent out to you. Again, remember, there's going to be some information that we're probably going to have to.
Just send the general. You can send the context.
Gotcha.
And don't send the rest. You know, whatever for the investigative side that you got to redact, do whatever you do. But just kind of give give the basics on your pass along. All right. Anything else? All right. Thanks, Chief. Thank you. Thank you for coming in here. Very meaningful. Your 3 minutes is up. Anyone else here for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Oh, come on up. Just give your name and address for the record.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Tamika Hallman Session. My address is 1701 Bronson Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. My issue is I have with this right here, like the shooting on Sunday, I was an eyewitness. They did not take my statement. They only took the statement of the people who was at that house.
Right.
And then the other shooting that happened at my house have nothing to do with Sunday shooting. Nobody's involved in that shooting that was blamed on someone else. And I feel like, why did I have to go down to the police station to make sure my statement got done and it still wasn't reported? So what I did is I wrote it out and got it notarized and still took a copy back down to make sure it get in the copy, get in there.
And so the shooting took place at your house
That was,
and nobody interviewed you?
yes. I only talked to Miss Holly and I had to go down there and talk to her.
Mayor, her statement was captured on body cam by Officer Holly. And she also has her written statement that she said she turned in. We do have it. And we actually discussed it and briefed on it today.
All right. So you got all the information you need at this point? Can you just talk to her before she leaves? So
I'll be glad to.
okay. All right.
Did they give her anything as it relates to her statement? So, okay, well, we have your statement report.
You don't get a
Here,
document.
what
No.
next, like a course of next action, something
No.
like that, next steps or?
It doesn't happen like that.
You get a case number?
Yeah.
Did you get a case number, Ms. O? No?
You typically don't get it with a witness statement.
It happened at her house.
Yeah.
Did you say it happened at your
She
house?
said it happened at her house.
It's two separate incidents. Okay. Let's not get too deep into that.
Did it
part
happen
of
to
it.
your house? Your house?
No, I know what you're saying. It's two
I'm
different.
just asking, did it happen to your house?
So she should have
She
got a
should get
report.
one report for that.
I got you.
Just work it. So, all right, so can you get with Chief Shaw before you leave? And him and Captain Williams, they'll kind of explain to you what's going on, so you'll know.
Yes.
Okay, but we appreciate you coming in. Any other questions for Ms. Session?
I want to thank her for coming in.
So we appreciate you coming in, but Chief is gonna get with you, make sure that whatever information you need, that it's there, so that that part of it will be taken care of. And we also appreciate you making a statement, because the critical piece of all this stuff is that people oftentimes don't want to make statements. They try to keep it G, and that puts us in a situation where they can't do anything else. And so we appreciate that, but just get with Captain Williams and Chief, and then they'll talk to you. Thank you. Seeing no one else, will close public comment. We'll move on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have items A through E under number 5. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed?
I'd like to have 5E discussion.
Are there any other items that we'd like to have removed this time? This.
5A.
So this for discussion only?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you need a poll?
Yeah, I would like to have it. No, I don't want to pull it. I discuss it. I want to discuss it in clarity.
So go ahead and ask your question now.
This is the RFP 2021-21 for market opportunity analysis and business incubator feasibility study for engineering amount to not exceed $92,500. And I was just looking in the packet and I saw where their references and business they have done in the past. None of it have been to that amount. I mean, we have some jobs that have been, they charge fees, in-kind fees, $5,500, I think. When I saw it, the highest was like $36,000, 37,000. 92,500. So it usually costs that much for a feasibility study on a business incubator that we know we need. That's a statement in the court for the minute. Anybody else have that? No.
Mayor, would you like me to give a brief overview?
Go ahead.
Mayor, Commissioners, as you may recall, this is a 100% grant funded with the USDA Business Incubator Grant. A committee comprised of Ms. Marcia Goodnow, Rick Paul, Samuel Reeves, and Lisa Walsh reviewed 3 responses, right? 3 responses, and selected A and E Engineering as a top ranked response. Again, this is 100% funded and the actual amount is $82,000. It is not the $92,500. We do have representatives here from A and E Engineering if you'd like to hear from them.
Do you want to hear from the representative?
I would like to know what service they provide. Give us a little scope. That's okay. And for the record, if it's 82,000, I'd like to see that versus, I know it's not to exceed, but that's a lot.
Hi, my name is Heather Neville. I'm the Director of Planning with AE Engineering. I'm an AICP planner for what it's worth. And so I was sitting here listening to everything tonight wholeheartedly. So I just want you to know that I'm from the north side of Jacksonville, so I'm familiar with some of these things. So anyway, so I'm not sure exactly which part you're referencing as far as what things cost. Typically, when you do a citywide study, and we do have a breakdown of what the timeline is, what the deliverables are, and how much time, there's a lot of community engagement that is built into that pricing as well. So we can spend time and efforts actually meeting with the stakeholders that you've identified through the scope, but also through community engagement efforts. So there's a lot that's built in for that as well. But I will tell you that I've actually got one of my favorite folks to work with, which is Tony over there with me tonight. And we also have some Jim Gilmore, who's with Southern Group. And this is par for the course. I'm doing something similar in Fort Lauderdale right now. And so as far as pricing goes, it's kind of par for the course. When you look at the way things are spent in certain budgets, it might just be for one component, but this is for an entire review of the analysis of your locations, economics, various stakeholders, including aviation, you guys, the barge port. So when you start really looking at breaking it down, and we even worked hard to reduce the price even more to get us under your budgeted amount. So there's some space in there in case you need additional things that you want us to do outside of the original scope. So that's pretty, you know.
So what is the price again? You said 82,000?
Yeah, we're right at right around 82. And that's for a lot of, you know, we've allotted about 700 total hours between all of the different professionals on the team. That might sound like a lot, but as you guys are accustomed to, public meetings can run a little bit long and you've got multiple people, and we want to make sure every stakeholder gets an opportunity to talk to myself or Tony or Jim or Taylor or any of that. We also have some GIS. So when we get done with this, we're actually going to be able to graphically show your data and be able to use that to communicate with the community so that it's not something complex. And, you know, we're trying to help establish what's coming next with Palatka. And I'm very familiar with this community. I've actually done work with the Housing Authority in the past. I used to work a lot with Ann Bridenstine from over in St. Johns County. So, you know, I can stand up here proudly and say that we will work hard. But I can also tell you, you've got some of the best in the business, and I'm proud to represent them as well.
And I can tell you, just from knowledge of from A&E, as well as some of the past work that Ms. Neville's done in the community, I've got the utmost confidence that they'll do an outstanding job on where we are. And that's just when you look at their background, their experiences, and you look at what they've been doing, kind of really transcending what's happening from engineering firms. I think it's a great choice for us, and a great opportunity to move forward on one of our key priorities. Any other questions, Commissioner Jones?
Mayor, just one comment. I do want to make the commission aware, kind of sold a little bit short. You're getting more than just a feasibility study for a business incubator. You're actually getting a fairly comprehensive market opportunity analysis for specific areas around the city and in the city. And there's a lot of stakeholder engagement that's going to occur with this process. And you're going to basically get, if and when we need a business incubator, it's going to tell you about the application of that incubator, possible location or locations, and how it is to be structured.
So, you hit on what I was gonna ask next. Have we identified any possible location or location?
Staff did not articulate any specific location for a business incubator because the scope of work actually involves identifying.
That's what the study does.
Location.
That's the purpose of the study. Any other questions, Commissioner, or anyone else at this point?
Yes, my question. I hate to put you on the spot like that, but you waited so long.
That's okay. Everybody does it. It's fine. No, I think what's important from what Jonathan was just saying, you know, we're from here. I'm familiar with the area, very familiar with the area. And so to be able to put a pinpoint on a map right now would be me coming in as a consultant telling you how to do your business. And I don't want to do that. We want to be a reflection. We want to listen. We have a lot of really great, I mean, even our GIS girl, she's a real estate agent. The incubator technology gentleman, you know, it takes a lot of information to synthesize, but at the end of the day, if we do a good job, and I had this opportunity with the town of Orange Park, I'm doing it with West St. Augustine right now. We're doing it in Fort Lauderdale, building out a cultural center. So if we do a good job, we usually can find some consensus amongst not only the elected leadership, but we can get community input, and people latch on to this if we do a good job. And so it's better for us to come and listen first. I mean, we've got a lot of data. Tony's so excited that I get text messages all the time. Poor guy. He's been here a lot. And so we really cherish the opportunity to work with you. This isn't just, you know, a business for us. If you read his resume, this is something we're both very committed to professionally, but also personally. So, but I don't know yet. I guess is the answer, and we'll find out. That's kind of the purpose of the study.
I was kind of asking that question. Jonathan, go ahead. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Okay. That's good. Any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Well, what we've had just E.
Right. Just E. So at this time, I entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, pulling item E.
A second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion? Questions called, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. 5E, adopt resolution 2022 R37 awarding RFP 2021-25 to Inspired Technologies and authorizing the mayor and city manager and city clerk to attest to the contract and the terms for the proposal. Caption, please. I got it. The resolution of the City of Palatka City Commission, the City of Palatka, Florida, accepting a proposal from Inspired Technologies and Information Technologies IT Company authorizing the mayor and city manager and city clerk to execute and attest the managed services contract agreement and all related necessary documents with Inspired Technology providing for scribblers errors. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion done, like a second. Can someone come up and talk about the contract while we're going through that? You got a question? Just quickly, I'll make sure I want to get to Commissioner Borum's concerns first. Commissioner, what are your concerns?
This was our contract for IT services. We had two respondents. One, oh, I'm sorry. We had a concern in reviewing the written proposals that were provided, mainly because the one respondent other than Inspired was based in Virginia. There was some lack of clarity as to what their response time would be in the event of a need, and we have needs relatively often for IT support and help. So we asked for in-person interviews with both firms, Inspired and the other firm. They all appeared. Panel questioned and allowed them to each make presentations. And when the presentations were over, for a variety of reasons, it was a unanimous decision of the panel to remain with Inspired, who gave us a 3-year contract with 2 option years and the same price fixed and constant for the entire 5-year term. As you know, they do have people on site, that we can draw upon, and are very familiar with our system. We're in the middle of some changeovers right now that they are very familiar with, which we'd have to basically acquaint a new group with. And quite honestly, while I was very impressed that the people, the other group came from Virginia, and I think the other gentleman came up from Miami. One came from Virginia, one came from Miami. But I never got a comfort level that we were going to have somebody here on a quick response basis to assist us with our problems. I think there were other people who might have shared the same sentiment, but we ended up unanimously going with Inspired again.
And just for the purposes of disclosure to the public, what's the difference in the pricing?
I think that the other firm offered at 11,000 and Inspired was 12,500.
Commissioner Borum.
Well, I'm a little bit confused as it related to, just going back with Inspired based on, I guess, past performance. And I have heard from a number of staff about the performance availability, the pricing that we're paying was at 11,000 initially when we first went with them. They initially tried to charge 17,000 initially to kind of help curb that, but now they've gone up to 12,500. What additional services are we getting for that? Going from, first of all, the staff was not pleased with them, and I'm frankly not too pleased based on, unless I can see some reports of what they've been actually doing. Do we have a report of the various projects, not only that, but the service calls, the status of our environment in terms of security perspective? What is our security health as it relates to our systems across the enterprise? There's a number of things that I have concerns with that we really need to slow down and take a look at, because again, I understood that they weren't providing the services that the city needed from a number of different people. So I'm confused.
Well, I don't know who the number of different people were. And it's
Well,
kind of difficult to respond
was
to.
city manager, you were one of the people that was one of the ones that said that day. Was that not true?
I had concerns at different points in times about different services. But I also had two respondents, and I don't have any track record to work with on the other respondent, other than to know that they could not identify anybody who would be local. They could not tell me how what the amount of the response time would be to get to Palatka, because they didn't have anybody identified who would be coming to Palatka to assist. The number of users that we had in the system had increased. That was one of the factors that fed into the price increase. And the price was constant for 5 years. In today's market, 5-year guarantee and lock on a price for IT services is not a bad thing. But I won't profess to be the expert on computer services or computers. I'll defer to a couple people who are a little bit more adept at that. Jonathan deals with them on a regular basis, and Marsha does too. So I was not the only one on the panel, but I did agree with the choice of going with Inspired. So Marsha.
Marsha Ganodi, City of Palatka. On the commission, on the board, we had Lauren Shank was representing finance. We had Mr. Holmes from the city management. We had Sunny, who is one of our most extensive interfaces directly with the Inspired Technologies now, and myself. So we did feel like we had a broad range of perspectives in terms of the IT support that we're getting. One of the things that whenever Inspired came in, and we listened very intently to both presentations, is Inspired did do a great job of articulating the growth in services that they provided, like with the elite tournament, the growth downtown, the number of employees had increased by about 40%, the number of sites that they were supporting. So we took that to note very heavily as the assessment board, and really did feel like they absolutely did a more than adequate job expressing the price increase.
My question though, of all your board, people who comprise of help making the decision, how many of y'all have a IT background and understand networking and among everything else, IT technologies?
Well,
with all due respect, you don't employ any IT. That's why we go out for contracted services. So based on our knowledge, expertise, experience that we have had with them, compared to what we didn't know and what we were presented from the other company, it was a unanimous decision.
I thought that we as a commission made the decision to allow Commissioner Borm to serve as the representative to kind of help with that process, being that he has a background in IT. And I think am I correct?
I remember a conversation and such.
We did that previously in the contract, definitely, for sure.
And with him being a subject matter expert, at least over anybody else in here, I would defer to Commissioner Borm's direction in that.
Right. And if I don't know it, I have a network of people who know more than I know. So I just don't think that the city is going to get a good deal on what I've heard from previous experience with this agency. And then we're going to go and spend more money, like a higher price. I'm just not happy with it, but that's just my take.
What's your suggestion, Commissioner?
My suggestion is that we go back out to bid. That we don't just accept what, and the reason I'm saying that is because not because I don't like them, it's the fact that past performance. We have to think about what we're doing. We can't just deal with them just because they're the only game in town.
I don't think we did. We went into an oral presentation so he could explain to us, and Corbett came down. Corbett, whose last name I don't even, what?
Higman.
Yeah, came down, and he explained to us all of the extra things that he's done for the city at no charge, including setting up on remote bases at the various venues. Our basic, and Jonathan and others who are more technically savvy than I should step in and help some, but as I recall, they have basically changed out the majority of our hardware in the time that they've been here. Is that not correct?
I can get some junior high people to come in and change our hardware. Let's not, we're talking about small menial things. We're talking about security of the information that we manage. And we don't even know our security landscape here. So I'm not trying to, beat anybody down or whatever. I don't think that we've done our homework properly before we went out and made a decision. It's like me trying to make a decision on somebody who's a brain surgeon or whoever. I don't have that knowledge or expertise. I don't have the knowledge and expertise to be a lawyer. I don't have expertise to be a police. But we would like to at least have some people who are neutral to make sure that we know that the city is getting the best services that we're paying for. And you guys are making a decision on something that they are just selling you down the road. They can tell you anything.
Don't
That's-
believe
I
the
mean, that's
nature of
just
the
my concern.
presentation was to tell us anything.
That's just my concern.
What does it do?
Well, the present contract
Is it expired?
on the 26th of this month.
How do we let that happen? How do we let that happen?
Commissioner, there is an evergreen clause in the current contract, so you would have had two options in front of you tonight. We decided it was best to go back out for solicitations and see what the market would bear. There were two responses. We could have just brought you a continuation of their current contract. Commissioner Borum, to your comment, we can go back out, but there need to be some understanding at the commission level that we would have to be on a month-to-month basis with an Inspired. And
Could be a higher
council,
rate.
I don't believe we can force them into that agreement. They have to agree to that as well, correct?
Well, this sounds like that the committee recommended them because we were up against the wall, and that's not the truth. The committee that we had assessed the proposals that were made, and you didn't, at least no one told me that we were voting for Inspire because we were running up against the wall on the end of their contract. The people that I'm looking to are telling me that because we asked specifically, overall, are we getting service for our buck? And I was told, yes. I understand there have been some situations where the individual who's here on site wasn't here on site when we wanted them, but he's here. He has an office at the PD. And I was told overall that they have delivered an acceptable level. And also we had a relationship with Corbett who would come whenever or step in whenever we needed them for additional services, help, or guidance. So I was told, and during that commission, we discussed it quite some length, that overall we were satisfied with Inspire, and we weren't sure what we were getting with the other bidder. So it wasn't a case of we just got to take them because we're up against the wall. That's not the case at all. As far as needing to know how a computer runs, I don't know that was part of the requirements. The services we were seeking were network services, correct?
Yes.
So
monthly managed IT services, yes, sir.
But if you want to go back out for bid, we will, and we'll try to enter into a negotiated contract with IT or someone to provide services until we can get the responses back. But I did not look at it as we were being forced to take Inspired because we were out of time. I didn't look at it that way at all. And if there's anybody else on the committee that did, y'all.
That's not what I said. I made reference to that, but I didn't say that was you're doing that just because. What I said was I was confused by how are we going back with Inspire from what I've heard from staff, and I didn't want to call anybody's name out until I had to. So I don't want to call other people's names, and I've heard it from numerous people. That's why I was confused. And again, You had people making decisions on technology that they're not familiar with networking. You're not familiar with the technology. It's different from your home stuff. It's way different. So we're dealing with a heck of a lot more, guys. So I think we just need to get the right people in the room to be able to help assess these contracts. I'm just one vote. So I'm just one vote. So I'm just expressing my concern.
Mayor, may I say something, please? Sure. Commissioners, you have an open solicitation. It is well within your rights to reject staff's recommendation and to solicit presentations from both respondents. If that is the will of the commission, we will facilitate that request. And if you would like to assemble a separate panel other than yourselves, we will facilitate that request as well. But I will ask you that we do this quickly, considering that we are about to term out of our contract.
I don't like to make haste decisions, but again, I'm almost sure that we would have more people who would be interested in like this contract. I don't know how the bids come in, who get them, whatever it may be, but my thing is, I do know people are looking for technology work. I mean, I was approached at our last conference as it relates to technology services. So again, I think if we reach out to the right people, we'll get the number of respondents that we need. Now, you're saying that the 26, that doesn't give us a whole lot of time to do nothing.
8 hours.
Oh, yeah, right. Saturday.
So I'm just voicing my opinion. I don't think it's a good deal for the city. Just one vote.
Actually, you're the one vote with expertise. So the only question I have for you is, Commissioner, is what if we follow the course of action that you're proposing? What do we do in the interim if they say we're done?
Mayor, I mean, they look like they went with a 5-year setup.
3 year with
3
2
and
option
5?
years.
Yes, 3 plus 2.
But 3 with
3-1-1 actually.
Yes, sir.
So the
worst case scenario, I mean, I don't know if they could change it, but if we had to just deal with this, I just do the 1 year and we kind of work within those confines. But to go with a 5,
So that's
3, 2,
so is that a motion to try to do a 1-year extension with Inspired at the rate that we have in place and see if they'd be willing to accept that?
that's my motion would be, if we only have just the one respondent, to ask for the 1-year extension at the previous rate.
Did we have was it in the RFP, was there a term?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There was a term advertised in the RFP. The initial term was 3 years and then 2 1-year extensions.
So here's the question. Let's do this. So you just made a motion for a 1-year term. Are you willing to withdraw your motion for a second?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Let's come back to this item if we can. Get an opportunity to call over and ask them, are they amenable? And let's address these issues that we have on the table where we got people waiting for the time being, and remind me that we'll do this at the end.
Also, if you don't mind, Mayor, may I make a suggestion? Would you also ask them if they're amenable to a 1-month extension or a 2-month extension? And then give us time to either go back out for bid or allow the commission to select a separate panel to review the bids and have presentations from both of the bidders that we had already. And then let them go on that route if Inspire is willing to go that route.
I have a 6.
Yes.
All right, moving on to item 6 from the last agenda.
Item
Wilson Cypress Cove site-specific opt-in designated brownfield area.
As you recall, Mayor, there had been a proposal before the board to include within a designated brownfield site, the entire city of Palatka. There was concern on the board regarding doing that. And it was ultimately, that option or that proposal was ultimately declined. Instead, the board decided that they would prefer that individual site owners, in essence, opt in rather than having everyone in and having people opt out. And that the board would take that on an item or site by site basis. So tonight, actually, it was on last night's agenda and it got late and long and just flat missed it.
I missed it. I'll take full responsibility.
Well, I missed it too. But it's back on the agenda tonight, and the discussion direction has to do with the Wilson Cypress Cove site. And I think Mr. Bingham is here from representing the owner developer, and would like to address the commission in that regard.
Tom Bingham, Wilson Cypress Cove representative. I can answer any questions, but the long and short of it, that project is monumental in scope and needs every tool in the toolbox. And this brownfield designation will be one of the tools in the toolbox to move this project forward. So I ask for your full support, and we'll answer any questions if there are specific questions.
Before we get into questions from the commission, I got one speaker, Ms. Kitchen.
League of Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. From reading the agenda item, I thought you all were just going to vote whether or not to have the owner of the property pay the $500 plus or minus for the public advertisements. From what Mr. Bingham just said, apparently you all are going to vote on whether or not you're going to go forward with the brownfield designation, all this kind of stuff. I have two comments. First of all, I fully support that you have the developer, or pardon me, the owner of the property, which is Norm Jutras Jr., that you have the owner of the property pay the $500 for public advertisement. That does not need to come out of taxpayer money. Number two, having been down a similar road in 2005 at a public hearing at the city of Palatka of the planning board, when Norm Jutras Sr. got up and asked for Florida Furniture to be rezoned, saying that he was a legal representative of Florida Furniture. Florida Furniture sent a letter to the city saying he was not the legal representative and they did not want the rezoning done. So what I'm saying to you all is Mr. Bingham, I'm sure he's a fine man. I've read what he does with affordable housing and how great he is and all this kind of stuff. Got no problem with him, and no, that's not sarcastic. But I would suggest highly that since he is saying he is the legal representative of the owner, that you make sure that he produces a document or a letter from Norm Joseph Jutras Jr. showing you that he legally does represent the owner of the property before you move forward with any type of legal thing involving money or anything. Now, I'm sure I'm sure he's honest, and I'm sure he really is in a partnership. But I think you need to have legal documentation. And as a citizen of Palatka, I would demand that as a citizen, that I want to know that there is a legally binding document that he actually represents these people. And yes, it does need to be cleaned up. I left you a copy of the 2005 Environmental Protection Agency study of Florida Furniture that was done by Mr. Jutras in 2005. And I think this could probably be called the Love Canal of Palatka, Florida, if y'all remember Love Canal up in New York, because this is horribly, horribly, horribly contaminated. And it does need to be cleaned up. But I'm just saying, make sure that he does legally represent them. And I would be asking the same thing, Mayor, if it was you saying that, you know me. And then you get the owner of the property to pay the $500. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you read the staff report, we've expended or have committed what money we have left in the brownfield grant already. So the staff report does suggest that as we move forward, including this project,
Cost of borne,
that sir,
that the cost are borne by the applicant.
yes, sir.
And Mr. Bingham is aware.
I'll gladly write the check for $500. I have no problem with that. And I do have legal paperwork from Joe Jutris allowing me to be representative of the company, which is a public record with the brownfield that's been submitted to FDEP.
Right.
Public record.
Any other questions, comments, concerns at this time? Any questions from the commission? If not, I entertain a motion. Hold up, before we do that. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion as to moving forward. Commissioner. Your mic's on. We're ready for you.
No, we was just,
Were you about to make a motion?
no, we was just getting ready for whatever.
We got a good direction. So you've heard from everyone, you heard from the property owner?
So we they doing a Brownsfield for that particular area?
It's
only?
site specific, opt in.
Yes.
I go with staff recommendation.
Second.
Staff's recommendation is to allow the site specific opt in on Brownsfield for Wilson Cypress Cove. And there's a second by Commissioner Borms. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Appreciate it. Only took you 30 days. And Mr. Bingham, thank you for coming back. We appreciate you, sir. We need a break? Need 5 minutes? All right, we're still recessed for 5 minutes. just an update as to where we are on item 5E as we reconvene. I just spoke to Mr. Griffith. So we have the option of either doing a month-to-month or a 6-month extension based upon where we are with our current provider. You still have an open RFP, which would give you the opportunity, if you wanted to hear from both respondents as it related to what's in place, to make a determination from there if you need to take it out if we need to take it out for bid again. My suggestion is that we do the 6-month extension because it gives us at least a date certain that we know we'll have services in place. That will be at the new rate of $12,500, which is proposed in a new contract. It wouldn't be at the current $11,000 rate. So that's what they're willing to do. If you don't want to interview the 2 respondents, then you would have to also move to reject the responses that came in as a part, the 2 responses. And so that's where we are. So what's the pleasure of the commission?
Both of those. Reject and
You can, go ahead, Council.
If we reject, then we have no services and it has to go back out for bid. At this point now, we have an active RFP and we could contract with Inspired with what we have now. I mean, with the new bid. Because if we reject them, then we have no bid, nothing on the table.
But you got the current contract.
But then the
We're
6
at
month
11,000.
It ends in
6-month
26.
extension would, it'll be.
The 6-month extension is at
12,500, and it
12,500.
gives time, yeah,
But it's under
Go
the
back
new
up on our
contract. It'd be under the new contract
Price.
price.
Price for 12,500, right?
Right, so it wouldn't be under the old, we couldn't do an extension on the old contract.
But wasn't your understanding that we could still reject the bids?
So it's my understanding that the current contract has an evergreen clause that allows you to extend that contract and you can renegotiate the terms of that contract, which is the compensation.
Right.
Inspired confirmed by phone a few minutes ago that they're only willing to consider month-to-month at a $12,500 monthly rate, primarily because of the additional seats that have been added to the city's services. It's, I think, in excess of 50 additional seats from when they originally bid this contract. But they are willing to go month-to-month or 6 months to allow the city to consider other proposals.
And also so that you're all aware, the 365 implementation is happening starting tomorrow.
Right, so we can't be using our phones.
Yeah, but and the day after partially. So, but what we're saying is that the Office 365 component gets they start blasting tomorrow. So what's the pleasure of the commission at this point?
Make a motion to extend it for the 6-month period at the new rate of 12,500.
So there's a motion to extend the contract for 6 months at 12,500. There's a second on the floor. Discussion. What do we need to take action at this? We don't need to take action at this point on as it relates to the current bids. We can actually just, do we want to bring those through? Do you want to bring the 2 respondents in and interview them during this 6-month period?
Listen, I made the recommendation that we allow Commissioner Bourne, being that he is a subject matter expert, as we have done so in the past, sit in on whatever negotiation or whatever process it is and bring back a report to the commission.
So again, my question is, do you want to bring in those 2 to do the interview within that period, the 6-month period?
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes, I
very
would
well.
like to.
So there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor to extend for 6 months at 12,500. There's a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Very well. And then we'll set a time up with Commissioner Bourne so that you can do the interviews and just do it in public forum. So
Well, I mean,
You-
I
you
don't
can
know.
open it back.
We can't open it up, I don't think.
you can do that. You can interview, and if you don't like what you hear in the interviews, if you're not satisfied with the responses, then you have the ability to reject the bids. Those bids are still open, or just bids are still there.
We'll we'll set up the interview as soon as Commissioner Borm's schedule will permit, and both of the two proposers can commit to coming down, and then hopefully that'll get done quickly. And if the suggestion is going to be to reject all bids, then we'll get it back out.
And so basically, we're relying on expertise, Commissioner Bourne. If your current provider who has the recommendation is in place, or either the second provider, if they meet his concerns, then you still have a process which allows you to be able to enter into a new contract. If no one meets the concerns that are in place of the commission or Commissioner Bourne, as a subject matter expert in this situation, then you find yourself in a situation where you can make a motion to reject the bids. So therefore, you don't completely kill the process. All you're doing is holding it in abeyance for a period of time. Chief?
They did vote on that, didn't
We
you?
voted.
Vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We voted. Sonny took minutes. We know you were asleep.
Was it 2 or 3 years?
6 months.
Too many others.
Go ahead.
Announce it, or-
Yeah, go ahead and announce it.
Okay, just wanted to make you all aware, we had a shooting occur tonight, just shortly after we got finished over in the 200 block of South 17th Street. Officers are on scene now, doing a canvas and interviewing witnesses and reviewing video footage. No one was injured. 5 shots was fired. 1 round hit a vehicle.
Any questions, comments, concerns?
Is there anything that we can help with in
The
terms
same
of
residents?
resources?
No, sir, this is on the opposite side.
Opposite side of
In the
town,
south
right?
side, it's
The
behind
south.
St. John's Auto Body, yes, sir.
Any
So
next?
that's- Okay, wow.
And so I guess we'll talk offline.
Okay.
If we got any questions on this, but we appreciate the update.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chief. All right, moving on to item number 7. So Black History presentation and recommendations. Before I get into my presentation, I got 1 speaker card. I'll go ahead and call my speaker up first. Ms. Kitchen.
Thank you. I'm a mind reader. I figured it was me. Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. And I have I need clarification, number 1, and then I have a couple of requests and maybe a question. Mayor, the Palatka Daily News article by Brandon Oliver said you were going to rename St. John's Avenue. And then the actual agenda says, given the honorary name of St. John's Avenue is Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard. So are you going to rename this St. John's Avenue, or is the agenda correct, or was the Daily News correct?
I worked on the pre-agenda. I didn't work on the newspaper.
I figured that. I just wanted to hear it from you, Mayor. So it's not going to be, you're not renaming St. John's Avenue, you're just giving an honorary name to it.
I gave the title for the agenda item.
Good. The other thing is, I would request that instead of saying Boulevard, since it is St. John's Avenue, that you do Mary McLeod Bethune Avenue. And the other request is putting the historical marker up for Miss Bethune's school is a good idea. She was here almost 4 years before she left. However, I would request that you do another historical monument marker for Mary Lawson Hospital. Mary Jane Lawson came here in 1916. She died in 1951. She opened the first hospital for Black and white in the state of Florida in 1918, and it closed as a hospital in 1958. Her granddaughter, former Vice Mayor and Commissioner Mary Lawson Brown, the longest serving commissioner, the first woman commissioner and the second Black commissioner on the city commission, has pleaded for years for a historic marker to be on the corner of 9th and St. John's where the Mary Lawson Hospital was. So I would request that in addition to Miss Bethune's marker for her school, please get one for the Mary Lawson Hospital. Thank you. Do you have any questions before I sit down?
Oh, no, that was a great Black History segment into where we're going now. I said, I'm on board with you. I agree.
Anytime you want to give me more time to speak and put me on the agenda, I'll give
Hey,
you all the
listen.
history you want on Palatka, world history, you name it.
Listen, we appreciate that. Let's give it up for that history, that moment in history.
All right. Thank you.
As we segue into our presentation, and I will keep it brief. because of the hour that we're in. And so historically, Vice Mayor Mary Lawson Brown has done the Black History presentation. We've done it a few times together. We literally got to a point where Mr. Leonard and Vice Mayor Brown were a duet at Rotary in working with the presentation on Black history that I recorded. And it was 28 minutes of pure history. And it talked about the history of the community as a whole. What I wanted to do today was just, we continuously hear the comments about Dr. Long and Dr. Higgins. We heard it again today. I think it was eloquently spoken by Mr. Vickers. But many of us don't know who Albert Lewis Browning was. And we'll go to the next slide so you can actually see, but he was a commissioner with the city of Palatka. Next slide. Serving 3 terms. 1903 to 1909, 1912 to 1914, 1920 to 1924. Mr. Browning is seated here with some other gentlemen from the community, but many people don't know that during this time period, Palatka had the very unique distinction of having a Black police force. They had Black magistrates who sat on the bench at the courthouse. Palatka was in a situation that was far different than everything that the world was experiencing. As we talked about what was going on with the height of the Ku Klux Klan and Jim Crow, Palatka was like Tulsa, where there was Black excellence. You had Black businesses thriving, the D.A. Boyd's, the Mary Lawson Funeral Home, all these places, Lawson's Funeral Home, E.W. Lawson's Funeral Home, all these places were thriving. You had miniature golf in Palatka in 1923, and this was our city commissioner during that time period when the world was segregated and we saw the height of the Klan being built in Putnam County and moving around and wreaking havoc throughout Florida and much of the South. You had African Americans who were sitting on our commission. Next slide, please. And so you had Councilman Browning paving the way for what took place in the coming years. The young lady to the left is one that we're all too familiar with. Commissioner Jones worked on her first campaign as a teenager. She served 36 years on this commission. Do we know who's in the middle? Sam Taylor. And what's the distinction of Sam Taylor? Does anybody know? First African-American County Commission. And so Sam Taylor was an icon and on the school board, on the school board. And what Sam Taylor was able to do more than anything else was work with the young man who sits to the right, who became the first African-American mayor for the city of Palatka. And he was able to pave the way for Carl Flagg to serve on the city of Palatka's commission as well as on the county commission. Next slide. And so we began to see history. I was going through some of the stuff that I had, and I started looking back at what took place. And there was history that was coming in. And so this is where Flagg comes in as the mayor. And this took place, and it put us in an entirely different position back on January 28th of 2001. Carl Flagg became the first African-American mayor in the city of Palatka. You know, Palatka has the unique distinction of being a melting pot where you have the perfect mix of Black and white citizens who can come together for the purposes of making sure that the gem of the St. Johns River continues to shine. Next slide. And the young lady on this picture is Dorothea Smith. Dorothea Smith had the distinction of being a school board member who didn't run in a single member district. She was the first African-American female, the first African-American to win a countywide election. She didn't win a single member district election. She won a countywide election. She served on the school board from 1996 to 2008, eloquent speaker, great community activist, and she was a godsend to many of this community as a whole. And she is dearly missed. What you see on this picture is you see jazz singer Joe Williams, Also with Dr. Martin Luther King is a picture that I saw as a little kid growing up a few blocks away from the young man on the right who had a handshake and a smile that light a room up. That's James Lefty Turner, Negro League All-Star, played for the Pittsburgh Crawford, the Baltimore Elite Giants, and he was brought to the Negro League by a Palatka citizen who reached back. Next slide, Pete, please. John Henry Pop Lloyd reached back, brought Lefty Turner to the Negro League, sent him to professional baseball. John Henry Pop Lloyd is enshrined in Cooperstown. 1977, he was enshrined in Cooperstown. When they asked Babe Ruth who was the best player that he ever played against, Babe Ruth says, overall or just in the major leagues? And they said, ever. And he said, John Henry Pop Lloyd is the best baseball player I ever played against. He was considered to be the Black Honus Wagner. Honus Wagner was considered to be the greatest shortstop of all time. When Honus Wagner heard from the St. Louis writer that they call him Black Honus, he said, I'm honored because he's better than me. Pop played well into his 50s. He played, he managed, and he batted career 400. He was much better than us, Eddie. He was the man. And so we're commemorating the existence of Pop Lloyd, who is a Palatka born citizen, by having the John Henry Pop Lloyd Sports Complex at Booker Park. And so the history of Pop Lloyd, the history of the Negro League is something that's very significant to this community. Next slide. A. Philip Randolph desegregated the Pullman Porters Union, the railroads. He desegregated, he actually worked the landmark case to desegregate military contracts as well, DOD contracts. He was the original organizer of the March on Washington. There were a series of marches on Washington before King began to speak. A. Philip Randolph was born in Crescent City. He moved to Jacksonville. His heart continued to be in this community. One of the landmark cases of desegregation of railroads, the Rosa Parker Railroads, was stopped right here in Putnam County. A. Philip Randolph is an icon. He was an advisor to King, and he was King's mentor. Straight right here from Putnam County, the A. Philip Randolph Intermodal Transportation Hub will be a place continuously where we continue to memorialize the history of A. Philip Randolph. On Saturday, there's a dedication of his portrait at the A. Philip Randolph Center in Crescent City at 11 a.m. Everyone should go out. Angel Duke has worked tirelessly to make sure that A. Philip Randolph Center is there. There'll be representatives from Philadelphia, from the A. Philip Randolph Museum coming as well. And it creates a destination for people to come in and learn more about what A. Philip Randolph means to Putnam County and to this country. You look at this slide talks about history as a whole, and you can look, there's a young man in the back of that room. There's a guy who looks like me, but he's smaller. And if we roll through, if we scroll up just a little bit, what we saw again was something that was very historic that we never really paid attention to at the time. It was the first time in history that Palatka had an all African-American city commission. When we look at the history and some of the things that we've endured over time, this was the first time that we actually had an all African-American commission. And sometimes people would say, hey, I was worried when I found out we had an all African-American commission. He said, but you guys are kind of smart. And I said, well, I don't know whether to be offended or say thank you. And so, but what we found was the people on this commission have so many different personalities that it causes us not to have to lump people into boxes based on what they look like, but as opposed to who they are. And so we realized that race does not determine character. It does not determine personality. It does not determine what goes on. And what we've seen is we've seen a commission that's been able to galvanize a community, to work closely with everyone, and to be able to build. You know, and prime examples are the people that sit in this room right now. We all sit here because we understand how critical it is to celebrate every aspect of American society and American life. So we'll go to the next slide. Commissioner Bowen was really happy on that slide. This young man here is one, I think, because of his humility, does not get enough recognition in this community. Johnny O. Williams, first player in the history of the NFL to rush for 700 yards and have 700 yards receiving in one season. And he did it several times over the course of his career, but he was a two-time Pro Bowler, He was an all-pro player. He was the first round pick for the Seattle Seahawks in 1986, the number 15 overall pick, but an All-American, enshrined in the University of Florida Football Hall of Fame, Athletic Hall of Fame. But someone, whenever you look up Palatka, Florida, you're going to see John L. Williams' name come up because he wanted to make sure that everybody knew exactly where he was from. No different than the legacies of Rabbit Smith or David Daniels, who played with the Oakland Raiders, who many people don't know about. But he paved the way in so many ways for young men who came through Palatka, who grew up in public housing, who worked in migrant work. He paved the way for them to be able to dream the impossible dream and make it to the pinnacle of their careers in athletics. And so again, John L. Williams, a hometown hero in his own right. Again, the county commission, Commissioner Jones looks much older than the rest of us on that picture. But what we're seeing is, as we are moving forward and continuing with Black history on a regular basis, this young commission, including Commissioner Jones, we are moving forward within government as a whole within the state of Florida. If you notice, we all have on our FBC Leo shirts. The Florida Black Caucus are locally elected officials. Vice Mayor Brown was one of the founding members and the historian of that organization before she retired. The organization met in a hotel room at the Florida League of Cities conference. That's where they met to begin to discuss issues that were germane to African-American leaders in government, because there wasn't a forum for them to be able to meet publicly without there being some ire. And so now the same organization has become an affiliate organization of the Florida League of Cities. We've now taken on various leadership capacities. Commissioner Borum is the advocacy chair. He now sits on one of the top policy committee as the chair of that committee. I've been the chair of the Florida League of Mayors. Every commissioner up here has sat in a leadership capacity within FBC Leo as a whole, whether it was whether we were doing it from any particular office, but we've all held offices within FBC Leo. Commissioner Jones is the newest on the commission, and we know that he's going to be a commissioner who's going to sit in a leadership position in the future with FBC Leo because he's extremely active. When we go places now, people are talking about Palatka. They're saying, hey, Palatka's here, and they have a presence. And so we continually try to build the relationships necessary to bring information back to the community. Our past leaders did the same thing, and we want to make sure that we continually put Palatka on the map and pass out flyers, brochures, and everything, just like Mary Lawson Brown did for many years before. Next slide. Here's something that I got from Mary Lawson Brown. The National Council of Negro Women, founded in 1935. And there was a Palatka Metropolitan Council. They had their own building. They had their own facility. And Mary Lawson's grandmother, Mary Lawson Brown, her grandmother was a very integral part of that. She went with Mary McLeod Bethune. They got an opportunity to meet with the First Lady, Roosevelt, and they were able to go all around the country and fight for women's rights. Next slide. And here's a picture of the two ladies together. On the right is Mary Lawson, on the left is Dr. Bethune, and they were able to go around throughout the United States to fight for the rights of African-American women, as well as women as a whole, as the fight for suffrage continued on throughout America, and they transcended time. And this brings us to the highlight of this particular presentation. Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. Commissioner Campbell started his college career out of Bethune-Cookman College. Enter to learn, depart to serve. That's her motto. That's her most famous saying. She was all about service to community. 1899 to 1903, she was here at Palatka Mission School, which was an all-girls college located on 8th and St. John's, right behind what now at the United Methodist Church that sits behind what is now the Pain Relief Chiropractic Center. That's where that college was located. About 5 blocks down the road on 13th and St. John's is where her home was. She stayed here for about 4 years, but her presence is eternally remembered because she has been identified as one of the top Americans of all time. She holds the distinction of being the first African-American to have her statue in Statuary Hall in Washington, D.C. They just shipped the statue in, and we've got a clip that I want to show you that goes along with it. Next slide.
Challenge yourself to the career you want.
Just a little.
Challenge accepted.
Purdue University Global, affordable online education for driven working adults. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
Each state is allowed to have 2 statues honoring notable figures in history. As 7 News' Carl Willis shows us, all new at 6 o'clock, this year's civil rights icon Mary McLeod Bethune will become the first African American to represent a state.
This statue of Mary McLeod Bethune, chiseled from marble quarried from Michelangelo's cave in Tuscany, will be added to the National Statuary Hall in the Capitol.
She needs no introduction.
Bethune, a civil rights trailblazer and advisor to 4 American presidents, believed education was crucial to racial advancement, and soon she'll represent the state of Florida, making her the first African American to be honored in the hall.
This honor is something that we have longed for, waiting for, as far as her being recognized nationally. It is to me and my family so much of gratitude and thankfulness.
Bethune's great-grandson Charles was there when the statue was first unveiled in Daytona Beach, where Bethune started a school for girls that would become what is now Bethune-Cookman University.
She was the front runner in allowing voices to be heard of people of color. And the most ironic factor is that she was a Black woman. You know, she did all this during a time when women wasn't even heard of. Women weren't allowed to vote.
Bethune's legacy is well represented here in D.C. with this historic site, the headquarters of the National Council of Negro Women, and Bethune's last home in the district. And with this statue in Lincoln Park, but taking a place in Statuary Hall means so much to her descendants and to those who are telling her story.
When you look at the historical record, between 1935 and 1950, the most powerful and influential African American living in the United States was a Black woman named Mary McLeod Bethune.
Park Ranger John Fowler says the addition of Bethune's statue, which replaces a Confederate general, speaks volumes about her impact on this country and will help to keep her story alive, to reach the head, hand, and heart of those who hear it.
Her getting this honor will showcase to other young people, no matter your color, no matter where you come from, no matter the circumstances you find yourself in, you can accomplish anything as long as you put your mind to it.
Carl Willis, 7 News.
Now, a bronze version of that statue is planned for Bethune's adopted home of Daytona Beach, where she helped found that college.
Virginia is all.
And so you've heard it. Mary McLeod Bethune, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, an icon who has her roots in education right here in Palatka, who has been considered to be one of the top 100 Americans of all time, and is the first African American to have her statue in Statuary Hall in Washington, D.C. A woman who's walked the same steps with Eleanor Roosevelt with the fight for suffrage, who's walked the same steps with Mary Lawson in the fight for equality and the fight for rights right here in Putnam County, and also someone who committed themselves to serve. We have very few opportunities where we have people who have roots in Palatka that stem from such greatness. And so it's with distinction that I stand before this commission during Black History Month of 2022, not very long after the unveiling of this historic statute, that we get an opportunity to make a recommendation to this commission that we give St. John's Avenue, which is our most beloved street in this community, the former Lemon Street, that we give it the honorary name of Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard. I will also entertain the recommendation for Avenue, but I said Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard because in Daytona, that's the name that was given at Bethune-Cookman. And it means so much from a historical perspective when we look at what's in place. And so my recommendation is that we give that honorary name, that we reach out to the leaders of Bethune-Cookman College and of the Mary McLeod Bethune Statutory Committee, and we put together a succinct plan of distinction on the unveiling of such a distinguished honor for the city and the commemoration of her presence, as well as we put together a historic marker which shows where Palatka Mission School was within this community as a whole, and move forward from there. I would also want us to move forward as well with her partner in women's rights, making sure that we commemorate the presence of Lawson's Hospital with a marker for Mary Lawson as well, because she walked the journey with Mary McLeod Bethune. And I would make sure that Dr. Bethune's legacy continues, as well as that legacy of fighting for women's rights continues on with both ladies. And so that's my recommendation to the commission at this time. I want to thank the commission for the opportunity to present this historic request. And I'll entertain any additional commentary at this time.
As a former student of Bethune-Cookman College and living on the legacy and standing on the shoulders of the late Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, if we are in a position to, I guess, entertain a motion, I'll be more than happy, honored to make that motion.
We are.
We make a motion that we accept the recommendation of our mayor to give the honorary name of St. John's Avenue as Mayor McLeod Bethune Boulevard, as well as placing the historical marker on the corner of 8th Street and St. John's Avenue, in addition to making sure that we highlight and recognize Ms. Mary Lawson and her efforts. And
The historical marker.
With the historic marker.
9th and St. John's.
and placing a historical marker on 9th and St. John's to highlight the hospital.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second by Commissioner Jones. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Question.
Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Bethune as well as Mary Lawson. And what we'll do in order to move forward, we will contact those various organizations that I mentioned earlier, and we will also try to get them in for our coming meetings to have discussions as to how we truly commemorate this as we're moving forward with the redesign of St. John's Avenue as a whole. Again, thank you to the commission and the city for your support on this initiative. Next up is a presentation of Economic Development and Resiliency Plan Update, Northeast Florida Regional Council.
Good evening, y'all. Thank you. I am Jack Shad with Northeast Florida Regional Council. And I'm going to skip through, I think, some of the, I won't say the boring part, but I'll skip through some of the early part because it's late. We did work with your city staff to get a grant. You can go to the next slide. from the State Department of Economic Opportunity. You can go to the next slide, please. For $35,000 to develop a economic development and resiliency plan. And that is to be completed by May of this year. There's a document that the DEO put out called 15 Ways to Make Florida Communities More Competitive, and we'll send that out to y'all. It has a lot of good suggestions. Next slide. We had our first public meeting at Ravine Gardens back at the end of November with over 50 people, which is, for a town this size, very good attendance. I want to thank the commissioners who attended as well, and Mayor Hill. And we got an incredible amount of suggestions and ideas from the public. Lieutenant, if you go to the next slide. So you can see the room. We got the smaller room at Ravine Gardens, and man, we filled it up and had to go back for more chairs. If you go through the next couple of slides, you'll see these are some of the topics that came up. You know, things we've been hearing about, things that are issues all over the state, but also issues specific to Palatka. We heard a lot about affordable housing, increasing the types of activities that are available to people in town. We heard about downtown. We heard about folks saying that, you know, the city needs to focus on neighborhoods other than just downtown. You can go through these next two slides. And we have some notes from these that I can send out to you all as well. And we go through the next one. So where we came up with, or where we are now, is we took the suggestions from the community. We've talked to staff at length. We've talked to some of y'all as well. The goal of this plan is to develop basically a to-do list for the city over the next couple of years. And this is in addition to all the normal things that they have to take care of. And so part of this is figuring out, you know, who's going to do this, any kind of additional work, or how it gets paid for if it's done on contract. And so I'm going to go through these items. They are not ranked in order of importance. I want to stress that. Before I get started on the list, does anybody have any questions about that? I know I buzzed through that pretty quick. Okay. So there have been a lot of successes in downtown development. There's so much potential there. Everybody who comes into town sees that potential. It seems both just from our conversations with staff and from seeing kind of where y'all are, that it's time to add some more structure to how that works. And I know that there was a Main Street program at one point. That's one potential structure. Another structure is having a director of your community revitalization agency, or to have a staff person within the city. But you know, that downtown development piece, I think, is key to things like the festivals. It's key to the image of the city, to bringing dollars in from outside the city. And there needs to be somebody who's entrusted with that responsibility, who's going to lead that. And hopefully, you know, that's their main focus. So that was one recommendation. Another, and before I go on, I want to stress this is the city of Palatka's plan. These are some ideas that we had from talking to staff and from talking to the community. But ultimately, y'all will tell us what you want in the plan, and we will put it down. And so, you know, if these are the ideas that y'all want, let us know. If you want other ideas, let us know that too. And then the other big issue we heard was about blight. And again, there needs to be a coordinated plan to address blight. It's got to include assessing what the conditions are, how many structures there are that are non-habitable, how many potential code violations there are, and what the circumstances are for those folks. So the assessment is first, and then you got to look at your toolkit, whether it's changing the way the city does code enforcement. We all know that there's a need for affordable housing. You know, how do you turn a vacant house or a vacant lot into a house where somebody's living? And that's part of a coordinated blight reduction strategy. Next slide. I think, did we skip one? Okay, yeah, city-owned vacant properties. You know, if you, I know y'all are selling some of those off right now. The question is, how do you get the most bang for your buck? It sounded like, you know, affordable housing developers may be interested in some of them. That's part of your blight reduction strategy as well. Next slide. Increasing public activity downtown. You know, until you build up that core of businesses, you got to do things like the Bassmasters Festival, other festivals to just get people down there and get downtown in front of people.
So are people using libraries the same way?
So if you got a lot of vacant space downtown, the question is, what can you put in those storefronts in the short term to generate some activity? And could you make a small, and this was an idea that came out of the public forum, and we thought it was a good one. Could you make a small branch library that looks like a little bookstore? You know, the library likely has all the equipment that they would need. It becomes a question of finding a space that can be rented at a reasonable rate,
right,
and staffing. And so in any kind of way you can add activity to downtown in the short term helps kind of keep the wheels rolling until other things pick up. Next slide. The business incubator study, you know, is a great opportunity. Y'all are already underway with that. Next slide. Affordable housing is just becoming a critical issue statewide. We hear it from St. Johns County, we hear it Nassau, we hear it everywhere we work. You know, we heard from the Housing Authority. I think y'all, it came up already that y'all, you know, would like to coordinate more closely with them. They're, you know, very active for a community this size, which is such a great resource if you can get everybody on the same page. Next slide. Broadband, internet came up. There's been a lot of talk in Florida about rural broadband issues where it's hard to physically, you know, lay the cable. Here, I think the issue is affordability. And we have been looking at some broadband coverage maps, and we see that somewhere in the, I think, 60 to 65% of homes in Palatka have broadband. That was great when it was considered a luxury, you know, if you just want to watch Netflix, but we know that nowadays it's, you got to have it. If, you know, if there's another issue with a public health, and you got to send kids to school, send people to work, attracting people, you got to have broadband in every house. And so there's some different, you know, there, I think the city needs to determine what its goal is, and then can look at different ways to achieve that. Next slide. Zoning code, I think the staff has been working on the code to look at ways to make it easier for people to develop. I believe that Mr. Vickers was there at the public meeting.
He was.
And he talked to me for a while about how the city used to hassle, and I guess this was back in the 70s and 80s.
It was in the 90s.
It was in the 90s? Okay, well, any kind of, the city needs to be encouraging small businesses and places where people can gather. And we need to make sure that the zoning code is supporting that.
Yes, since that last meeting, we changed the way we have the alcohol ordinance enforced to kind of facilitate the creation of an entertainment district.
Okay.
And it was actually even more expansive than what citizens asked for from the commission.
I think that was up for debate. We talked about that.
Yeah, we actually voted on it right after that.
Yeah. So those are the kind of things. I think a lot of cities, their zoning code is pretty old. And once you start looking through it, you ask yourself, is this really the city that we're trying to build? The one that the zoning code wants us to build. Next slide. Oh, sorry, could you go? Yeah, okay. One of the things we heard from residents is that downtown parking is an issue. I will say I spent 4 years as a parking director for City of Jacksonville. There's plenty of parking here. But
don't say that out loud.
One of the things we heard from staff is that is what anybody who wants to open a business wants to talk about.
Yeah.
And one thing I learned in Jacksonville, it's much easier to solve a problem that is real than to solve a problem that is people's perception. If the problem was not enough parking, you just build more parking and you solved it.
Mm-hmm.
If the problem is a perception, then you got to address that perception. And so to have a document that staff can give out to somebody who wants to open a restaurant or whatever and say, here's where your customers are going to park.
Mm-hmm.
That's valuable. And that helps them. And then the last item on the list is the airport. I know there's been some changes in the management and, it may be time to think about what's the future of the airport, to take a good look at what other folks are doing around the state, seeing some really interesting stuff going on. St. Johns County Airport is looking at developing an industrial park next to them. And they've got, Grumman up there, but they want to kind of build on that. And so taking another look at the airport and what its future is long term.
Yeah, we've got a workshop tomorrow.
Okay. So these were some of the items that came up. This is, like I said, this is kind of an opportunity for the commission to think about what's our to-do list over the next couple of years. And obviously it's on top of, running the city, which is a full-time job. But that's do what? They're running it is. I know, people can't go out to dinner without hearing from everybody what the issues are, but you got to do both. You got to do the day-to-day and you got to think long-term. You got to do them both at the same time. And so that's what the plan is intended to kind of spark that discussion about what's on the long-term list.
So what are the next steps here?
So we'd love to hear from y'all. This is your plan. I'm happy to talk to folks directly if you want to do it that way. I've got some cards with my cell phone number on there. I know Commissioner Jones gave my colleague a tour of some of the parts of town that he thinks need some attention today. We appreciate your time. It's a big block of time. If folks have some ideas right now, I'm happy to hear them. We have a meeting with the DEO, the Department of Economic Opportunity, and they're going to bring some other state agencies in. This is part of the grant where they're going to bring the state agencies and see what the state Florida can do for Palatka. That meeting is going to be on March the 23rd, and we'll send out invitations to everybody. But we're happy to get public input in as many ways and as many formats as we can get.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Jack. I did meet with Monica today and we did do a tour in the areas that we addressed here, that you addressed here. But also we talked about having a second meeting for the community in a centrally located area, which would be identified as the Price Martin Center. So that you would get you're gonna get a diverse group of people that live in different areas and maybe work in different areas of town. That should be also included because it is a city program here that we're trying to initiate. And I think all of this is great. I want to know, maybe in the next meeting, we could discuss the prioritizing of these projects and how we prioritize them in order of importance. And as you said, we control that as far as what we say we want to see go first, but it's with public input. We know that inclusion is very important. And you talked about goal setting. You know, we have what we need, and I think all of us know that we needed everything that's in this packet. But we have to prioritize, put the goals out there, and then follow through. What we found out tonight is that's not addressed on here. It's public safety. It slapped us right in the face, and it's not included on not one of these pages. But I think now we have to include that, and it has to go to the top of the ladder, I think. And that's just for me talking. I'm interested to see, and I showed Ms. Monica some areas of concern that we have contaminated soil in the city. We have some sites in the middle of the city, in middle of communities where people live. And she promised that the DEO and the DEP would come in, when these groups come in and help us with those concerns. Because when we talk about removing blight, there's some industrial blight or undesirable that we have, and we need some guidance on that as well. But overall, I want to just say thank you, and thank the commission for forward thinking. And I think that if we could get that second meeting, that's what I'm proposing. We do a second meeting at the Price Martin, just for the pure fact of inclusion, and we get the ball rolling.
So, Commissioner Jones, I will say I spoke to my boss, and we're happy to do a second meeting if that's the wish of the commission.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We'll work with staff and we'll work with you to set that up. All right.
I think the meeting was well received. I think there were some people that probably would have came to the meeting that didn't necessarily get the information in time or know about it. But I know the people who were there they really enjoyed it, and they were and I think those responses were very good. And so I'd love to, to get more people involved, to give and even some of the folks who came there initially, give them an opportunity to participate further. Because I thought it was a very surprising turnout.
Absolutely. We were, like I said, we didn't get enough chairs, and we love it. You don't want to have a plan that represents the community and the community doesn't show or know about it.
Can we, is there any way we can get the information, like all of the ideas that were put out there, so that when we do have the second meeting, that there is some information that they can refer to if they need to make it, any.
You can, but why not let them be blank like the first group was? And just come in without. Yeah, I just think at the end of the day, we just put it out there, the same way we did for the first meeting, and give them an opportunity to bring their own ideas without being influenced.
That'll work, yeah.
I think we'll find it pretty much the same, but you also have other concerns.
Yeah.
On.
Well, there's one or two things gonna happen. They're either gonna confirm that those are universal ideas and concerns, or there's some other stuff
Right.
that's different, and that's it. I mean, and if it is, it gives us just additional opportunities.
Yep. Tim?
Also, I have someone that's listening to the meeting via YouTube, and they offered us via space to take in consideration the Family Life Center, Calvary Family Life Center, if we're looking for ample space.
That works.
I think that.
That works.
Thank you, Jack, and your team. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Kudos to you.
Excellent
and the
job.
work you did.
Thank
Give
you.
a round of applause.
I'm gonna pass out my cards here. I'm gonna hand them a round of applause.
He stood up 24 times in this meeting already.
I love exercising.
But
All right,
again, great job.
Thank you. I'll send out the notes from that first meeting, and I'll send my contact information. Call me directly or email me if you have other comments. And we'll work with staff and Commissioner Jones to set up that second public meeting.
Any additional comments from staff on this issue? Community affairs, general services, legal, city manager. All right. Next up, again, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
All right. Oh, thank you all. Yeah, that was. It was an
Well,
important issue and it had to be dealt with, and it's not a problem.
And we're gonna close this meeting out on Positively Putnam.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, may I read the caption being I have it up?
Sure.
Resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the city's participation in Positively Putnam, Florida, as community sponsor providing for Scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
So much on the floor in a second. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Short vacation. Again, thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. Yes.
We all got to.
That's a, yeah, there's two bound copies there. So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, and Madam City Attorney, thank you for this opportunity for us to come before you and present the opportunity for the city to once again be a part of the Positively Putnam program. The Palatka Daily News, with partners throughout the community, began this in April of 2020. Proud that the city of Palatka was a part of that program from April of 20 through March of 21. And we are going forward with it through a third year here in 2022. The check that Mary Kay Wells, who is our advertising manager, I'm sorry, I did not introduce her, is with me here, has put on this chair, is representative of the dollars that this program has put back into the community so far over, gosh, not even, I guess, 22 months to date. And that's in Palatka and throughout Putnam County. But Palatka, by virtue of being the county seat and the population center, does get the lion's share of the attention and likely the lion's share of the funding as well. And this is a representative of the partners that are in the program. So what are our initiatives for 2022? Well, they're outlined in this booklet that you have that has the prospectus January through December of 22. And that is sort of buttressed with these other two pieces of information that you have, which is a recap of the first year April 20 through March 21, and then the 9 months of the program last year. Just tells you the kind of things that we did in the community. So far this year, we've been working on a program about that spotlights the bass fishing. That was a tailor-made promotion with the Bassmasters Elite Tournament. This Saturday, we'll have several pages in the newspaper that are photos of people from Palatka and other areas of Putnam County who've caught bass and want to show themselves doing that. We're doing a program in March and April that is a very popular one that's about different businesses in the city and in the county participate in a promotion where people come into their stores and they register to win prizes. And this creates an acceleration of foot traffic and a lot of interest in the program. We do something for scholars for May and June, recognize top scholars from the high schools throughout the county. And this year, we're proposing a different look for the end of the year. And I have to say, this is sort of a brainstorm of Mary Kay Wells. I ran this idea past Mayor Hill about a month or so ago, and he received it enthusiastically. So Mary Kay, if you would come just talk for a minute about what we foresee for the end of the year.
You would like to bring snow in and then slides in for the kids too, and put it on Memorial Parkway. I looked into doing a small train as part of this too, as if we have the funding, we want to add that. And then have community partners come in and bring in food and if they have bounce houses or whatever else that they'd like to bring in for the kids to come in and have a good time.
This will be the first time there's been snow at Christmas in Palatka.
And I think bringing the snow in is a good idea. Kelly Smith actually brought some snow in for the kids, and that was a big hit across the county, across the district. So I think this would be a great idea for the
It
kids
will
and
be the closest thing to some would see with
to have the
regards snow, so
opportunity to
that'll be a
experience.
wonderful opportunity
Right.
right here.
Well, for the kids, it'll be great. And then there will be another area where adults, parents can play with their kids and build a fort or snowman, snow angels. Yeah, all that wonderful stuff that people growing up in Putnam County don't get to experience. And as Mary Kay was saying, we're looking into also the possibility of bringing a lot of some other child type of attractions because if it's as popular as we think it will be, then there'll be a lot of people wanting to go down those slides, and we'll need something else to do for them when they're in line or don't want to wait in line.
Just gotta make sure they got a soft landing so there's no liability.
No, that's right. That's right.
We don't have a date yet because the people that we're working with, they open it up to their communities that have had in the past. They get first rights of refusal on the dates. So we're looking at midweek, sometime during the week. Weekends, they told me absolutely not. They don't have any dates available, but they open it up and we won't know a date until September. That the dates that'll be open.
But optimally, we're aiming for the week of Christmas vacation, so between Christmas and New Year, one of those weekdays.
Okay.
Yes. And we would be delighted if we do this to let the inaugural slide be one of the members of the city commission. I saw Commissioner Campbell was pretty excited about that.
Young people heal faster.
So the investment for the city is $675 a month. That is because you are a returning partner. And we'll be cranking you up in March, so it would be just 10 months worth of that. So that is what we're hoping that the commission will do, and we ask your favorable consideration. Question to us.
I want to thank you guys for being creative and being a partner with the city. Remembering just couple years ago when you guys came to us, and it's a new concept. Had a little reluctance at first about giving a private agency funding, but you guys have been a really, really good partner with the city. And you do a really good job with representing us. And we thank you for what you've done and how you continue to reach out to the community. And I wholeheartedly support your program.
I echo what Commissioner Borum says. We actually see the fruit of the labor. And I think that's something that makes this Positively Putnam something different, because we actually see where our money is going. So thank you.
I echo the same sentiments without prolonging the meeting. And it's good to hear something positive.
Yes.
From the paper. That's one of the highlights that they will bring up, mention when the paper comes out.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you.
I'm not that easy, but it's negotiable. Listen, I just see a good partnership as well. I would just like to ask, maybe for that, is it something like in return, we have the new program that we just implemented, the Employee of the Month.
Yes.
Can we get them in the paper?
Oh, I would think so. Yeah, yeah. We're always looking to run photos of local people who have been honored for doing something good.
Hey, get our recognition in there, you know. I was just putting that out there. Yeah, of course, it's a great idea. And I think as Commissioner Campbell said, the return for the investment, you know, put it in there, positive, anything positive, we want to be a part of it. I think it's consensus on this side.
Sure. Yeah, to your question about the Employee of the Month, I think when that presentation was made earlier, our news editor, Brandon Oliver, was here. I think he took a photo. If he did not, just please provide one to us, because we are always looking for photos like that we call standalone photos to go on the page to provide a local face.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about that, because it is definitely a morale booster. And, you know, City Manager Holmes was talking the other day about, you know, we just don't do enough kudos to the employees. And I think that is a way that we could, probably can't give them no more money, but giving them recognition, that helps. I think that really helps.
We got community agencies that sponsor the gift baskets and the things that's in there. So, but again, I think Positively Putnam has done just what it promised to do. And we appreciate you taking the efforts to make it a reality in the community and to make it a mainstay. And so with that, we'll open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Question
To approve?
We already have a motion?
Yes. No. Yes.
Yes,
I thought we did. I did it. Yeah.
I recorded a motion by Commissioner Borum, second by Commissioner McCaskill.
Right.
Are we ready to vote?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. And so we appreciate your patience. We definitely appreciate the fact that we are ending on a positive note. And more than anything else, we're looking forward to the continued partnership. So
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to that snow day and watching Commissioner Campbell and Mr. Cutright slide down that snow with Chief Shaw.
One more thing. You're gonna need some volunteers and some help to man the stations. They provide the snow and the
High school
slides, but they don't
students.
provide the manpower to get the kids on the slides and in the snow and stuff. So
See, they got it back.
if we
Miss
have
Kitchens.
some folks,
And maybe
Kitchens is
some
gonna
high school
volunteer.
students that need
What days-
hours.
What days are you gonna have it?
We
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
do one day.
High school
And
students that need
I won't
hours.
know that until September when I get to pick the day.
What would
Okay.
we
Okay.
can make that happen.
I'll see what I can do to
High
help.
school students
Okay,
too.
great.
Yeah, we have a
Yeah,
lot
we
of.
do. You can get some kids. You actually get some of the high school kids to get their community service hours done.
Great, thank you.
Community service hours.
All right. Thank you very much.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, nope. Ms. Cutright, you got a report? Smart man.
Yeah, I got.
Mr. Ewell.
Hold. I got a question, Ms. Cutright.
All right.
My last,
Time for a report. Go ahead.
my last opportunity to just say thank you to the staff for all the help you've given us out there for all the years. We've done a lot of construction projects, John, Mandy, Lauren, you finance ladies are great.
We're still giving you a party. You got time.
All right, thank you.
He done.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you all your support.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna always give you a hard time. Come on up, Mr. Cutright.
Surprise party coming up there.
No surprise.
Mr. Cutright, can you provide us an update on the Hammond Hall?
Okay, Hammond Hall, we secured the keys. We haven't did the inventory yet, but we secured the keys. We had two programs going on that we let continue to the end of the month. The Bridge Club that meets on Mondays from 9 to about 1:30. And then we had a birthday party that's coming up this weekend. Miss Oxford is going to use it for her birthday. Then after that, we're going to kind of close it down until we can get a handle on what's going on over there.
Who did you say was using it for a birthday?
I think of Miss Oxford. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
It's like a 6-year-old kid's party.
Oh, okay.
So was it problem that they were having it or?
So what?
With the letters that we got, is the problem still with them having anything there, or we was just gonna take possession and we were gonna start running it?
The events that were scheduled that we knew about and the people that contacted us, because they were redirecting folks to the city.
Right.
The community affairs made best efforts along with the city manager and staff. They made best efforts to try to keep those events in place so that people wouldn't lose out on what they've already planned. And then after that, the plan was to close the facility to do a full assessment of where we were. We were trying to schedule a meeting with Mr. Sheffield. We couldn't do it based on my schedule. And he'll be back this week so that we can put that in place. And so I already talked to him. So the meeting with Mr. Sheffield will be scheduled for next week when he returns. And so then we'll be able to have a better conversation at that point as to what their desires were based on the commission directive.
But the commission, we said that we're gonna take possession.
No, the possession been taken.
No, I'm talking about for good.
No, I don't think the decision was made. I think you decided
That's
you
what
wanted
I'm
to take it back. And then you were going to consider options, but and part of the option was for us to meet with Mr. Sheffield and see what proposal they had.
So the direction was to take Commissioner Campbell's motion was to take it back and then to have the conversation with South Historic to see what they had to bring to the table as far as a plan. And then from there, the final decision on what the fate of the facility would be on the commission.
So y'all gonna bring it back to us
Right,
after
so
y'all
come back
meet.
to the commission. Yes.
That's what I want to know.
Other question, did we change that lock on there?
We haven't changed it yet. We let the Bridge Club finish and then Ms. Oxford over the weekend, Monday morning to be changed. But we got all the keys from the players that we noticed involved.
Did we get it from Mr.?
Yes,
okay.
yes. Yeah, that was the first key I wanted.
And then you just hoping that people didn't make extra.
Yeah, that's why I said the players that we know of.
Extra key, that's what I'm concerned with.
So any other questions, Mr. Cutright?
And surprise party next week sometime.
And you've just finished your kickball season, right?
No, we got a couple more games left. Commissioner Barnes' team was close to the top. They might have lost tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, it was 3-3.
Okay.
I got an update, so we still at the top.
Tell us next meeting.
Okay.
Have a good day, Mr. Cutright.
Something else.
You got something else, sir? Chief Shaw, you got anything else for us? Chief Taylor got something for us? You ever see people reluctant to get a report now that it's almost 10 o'clock? In Alabama?
I
This
just
should be a
wanted to
short
give an
meeting.
update to the commission about calls. We're running about 300 plus calls a month. Last year, we ended with about 800 calls more than the previous year. And then on a good note, our first graduate from the scholarship program is now hired and working with the department.
Minority scholarship program.
Is that a young lady?
Yes. Yep, so far she's doing great. I think she's been on about 2.5 weeks. Going good. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shank. Ms. Krantz.
Hi, just real briefly, Mayor, if I may, I wanted to just give kudos to Miss Karen, who has been sitting with us. She's come up from Crescent City. She's the city clerk of Crescent City, just completed her first year of the Florida Association of City Clerks Academy. Just wanted to give her kudos for coming and staying with us tonight.
Ms. Karen on camera so she can stand up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Karen. Council. Pastor Mulberry.
No, sir.
Ms. Jones.
Nothing.
Ms. Fuller. You got any jobs, Ms. Jones?
Sir.
Any job vacancies, Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir. Did you want to do this?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor? Director Cutright has something he wants to add.
Ms. Walsh, you got anything for us?
I'm really excited that we might have a new planner one starting next week.
Okay.
Thankful for that. I appreciate it. And things are going pretty good.
Is it official?
I understand the letter has been accepted. The offer has been accepted.
Okay. Ms. Jones, anything else on the Commissioner Campbell wants to know if we got any more positions available?
We still have the customer service position open. We have some wastewater treatment plant positions open. Grant accountant is open. And we have some refuse collectors at Public Works.
Can y'all shoot us? Can we put a flyer together so we can share that publicly?
If she
I
gets
thought we
me
were
the-
doing that actually, but it hasn't been done lately.
If she gets
So,
me
yes,
the
we'll make
jobs,
sure it
I'll
happens.
create the flyer.
Commissioner Campbell says if you get with him, he'll create a flyer. And we'll spread the word to kind of help out.
We should be able to do a dump from the system, Shane.
Commissioner Cutright, come here. Mr. Cutright.
I appreciate the promotion. I just got to add that.
It's a demotion and a pay cut.
Yeah, we was, Ms. Jones and myself and Career Source is partnership to do a job fair on the 24th of March at the Price Morton Center.
We're trying to fill it before then.
Well, I'm just trying to do my part to get something in place there. So right now we got about 13 organizations that's gonna be in there, including Beck, the City of Palatka, Veritas, and some couple more organizations. So we actually coordinate that right now.
Do we invite the ARC? Are we partners with them?
We do now.
Yeah, we can definitely get them. We have 16 slots available, but only got 13 filled. So we
City
definitely
manager knows the CEO, so we can make that happen.
Okay.
So, Mr. Dennis. Hey, Mr. Cutright took up all the time.
I just wanted to give you an update on our Florida. I gave you an update, I think, back in September or sometime along weeks ago. To date, 129 of our customers have been helped in the amount of $34,997, almost $35,000. 9 of those customers in the last week. So the program's still continuing and our customers need help.
Question, are you seeing significantly higher numbers than what you're having there as far as?
Higher numbers of people needing help?
Yeah.
No, not higher numbers now. It's gone in a way, but we're still seeing customers that need help.
No, and so the waves kind of declining as far as the turnoff.
It is, and those 9 that I talked about are lower amounts. Only about $1,500 in the last week, but 9.
Okay.
But they help out with rent. They help out with a lot of things. When you send people,
Right.
they say, hey. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Campbell. Commissioner McCaskill.
Just looking forward to my meeting tomorrow with the chief and Ms. Hightower, the Hightower family. And I want to thank staff for the hard work that they've been
putting in, and City Manager Holmes for communicating information to us. Like you do, I appreciate that.
Mr. Holmes, anything else? Nothing. You got a trip you want to tell them about? To Madison?
Oh, well,
Go ahead.
as all of you probably saw from Facebook and the paper, the mayor and I journeyed to Madison on Monday morning. The mayor was notified on Sunday that we should come and, or that we were invited to come. And we went to Madison, and mayor and I went to Madison, and the governor came. We went expecting that we were going to probably receive a grant in the amount of $340,000. That was our best bet. We had no actual notification when we went, the amount of the grant. We thought it was the grant having to do with the wastewater treatment or the lift station on St. John's. And we did get that grant, but then the governor picked up his next check, and it was for $5 million to the city of Palatka. So the mayor and I were able to go in and actually thank the governor inside Grumpy's where he was with his inner staff. And then we were also able to spend some time with Representative Payne. It was a very good trip. I think it was a very worthwhile trip in a number of different ways, and we certainly felt it was and then, of course, there was the other part of it, which was we ate at a little restaurant called O'Neill's, which probably was the best country buffet I've had in maybe ever.
And so, oh yeah. And kudos to.
I know they don't like for me to stand up, but I represent myself in the city.
Listen, and kudos to Mandy Tucker and Jonathan for the work that they did on that grant. And also to Fred Fox for the work as well. Just a great opportunity for us to move forward. One of the things that I do want to say about that grant as we move forward out is that there's an opportunity for us to really do something special in the community with the resources that we have available. But one of the things I want us to do consciously at this point is make sure that we set some standards within the funding, because we give a lot of contracts to folks who don't live in this city. And we want to make sure that we set some standards where we allocate a percentage of those contracts to people in the city. That $5 million grant that deals mostly with sidewalks and transportation and accessibility to roadways and things of that nature. We've got some of the best tradesmen in the state here. And this is the perfect opportunity for us to use as much of that $5 million on local talent that lives inside the city limits of Palatka as we can, because that money is going to spend 7 times over. And I don't want to see that money go to Jacksonville or Daytona or Gainesville or Orlando. Let's set a standard where we start spending that money in Palatka with Palatka folks who pay Palatka taxes. So that's just something I want us to put on the heart of this commission. That's a way for us to give back to folks who are going to provide the services that we need. Because I can tell you, when it comes down to that type of work, whatever work we can give to our local folks, let's do it. And let's start being more conscious about how we do it. Even when we start to give out any of these contracts, we can create our own standards of setting aside a minimum of 30%, I think should be the floor of what we do for local contractors. And if we can set a 90% for local contractors, let's do it. So let's just look at that and how we can keep that money in our own community. So Commissioner Jones, you got something? Commissioner Jones has that. Commissioner Board, you got something?
Yes, well, I want to just go back to Mr. Cutright, this communication before you cut him off. Yes, our team is still leading adult kickball, and we're trying to get kids involved as well. So we want to up those numbers to get the kids involved, but we certainly have a number of people, adults, who is just just on fire about playing. So we have increased a lot of those numbers. I wish I could have been with the mayor and City Manager Holmes. I was out of town at the time, so I was physically unable to be here. I was in Louisiana, so me and my wife. So we enjoyed that time. And I want to, pretty much just thank the staff for everything they've done to get that 5 point $3 million. And everybody who was involved. I want to add to what the mayor said. I mean, we want to make sure that we continue to, I guess, employ our local people here in town. And also I like to add to make sure that we look out for our minorities, minority contracts to help people who generally would not get those contracts. You know, they still need to meet those standards and qualifications, but we want to also make sure that there's a seat at the table for minorities. That's all I have.
And with that, if there's nothing else. That quick.